It was a late night for the Mets and Phillies in the land of the cheesesteaks last night. Not much love in the city of brotherly love. 14 innings, 5 hours and 23 minutes, and they're back at it on a sunny day in Philly. At Citizens Bank Park in Philadelphia, Pix 11 Sports presents New York Mets baseball today. The Mets play the Philadelphia Phillies. Have a pleasant good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to Philadelphia. Gary Cohen, Ron Darling with you today as the Mets and Phils play Game 3 of their 5-game series. Last night, 14 innings, 5 hours, 23 minutes. The Phillies win it 6-5. The Mets used their entire bullpen in the process and had to make a change in that bullpen today, bringing up pitcher Buddy Carlisle from Las Vegas, and Rafael Montero, who started the game last night, gets sent down. Also, moments ago, Juan Lagares had to be scratched from the lineup. He's got a strain in his rib cage, and so Chris Young, who was a centerpiece of the 14-inning loss last night, will go into the lineup in his stead. 14th inning, Marlon Byrd, it's a fly ball to right. The wind was really gusting in, so you see how Young responded to it. He drops the ball. That puts Byrd on second. He winds up scoring the winning run on Reed Brignac's walk-off hit. And so the Mets make the changes that they have made. That means Montero goes down. Jacob deGrom stays here and starts today after a pinch hitting appearance after midnight last night. It's been a wild last few hours.
You know, it puts a lot of pressure on Jacob deGrom this afternoon. But Terry Collins always says to his young pitchers, what got you here will keep you here. Montero being sent down, he wasn't able to throw strikes. He's a strike thrower. deGrom has just been the opposite. He's done exactly what he did in AAA, and that is compete. That's the one thing Terry Collins loves about him. He's a great competitor. He's a guy that has the three pitches, fastball, changeup, and slider. And even when he didn't have his good stuff in his last start, he still got into the 7th inning.
On the other side for the Phillies is Kyle Kendrick, and the Mets have seen plenty of the veteran Cigar baller.
Well, he needed a win. He went 16 starts without getting a win. He finally beat the Rockies in his last start, 6 2/3 of scoreless innings against the Rockies, which is pretty impressive.
So it's the Mets and Phillies continuing this long series, which got longer last night. Ryan Howard's still looking for a hit, but making friends. Mets and Phils, all the action coming your way on Pix 11. Hurry into your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2014 models. By Boar's Head Premium Deli Meats and Cheeses. By McDonald's, this summer come in for the kid-approved $2.99 Happy Meal, offer valid at participating McDonald's. By Nissan, get to your local Nissan store for the ride of your life plus bonus cash. Shop ChooseNissan.com. And by Time Warner Cable, more shows on more screens. Time Warner Cable, enjoy better. Keys to the Game brought to you by your Tri-State Kia retailers.
Well, that's why David Wright is going to get a day off in the future. Certainly not against Kendrick, who he owns. Change up for DeGrom, 14% of the time. He threw it a lot in the last game, not for strikes. And expand the strike zone. 19 strikeouts last night. A lot of them taking on the third called strike.
Beautiful afternoon in Philadelphia. Temperature right around 70 degrees, but the wind that intruded late in the game last night has remained, and it's going to be a factor at least early in this game. The wind blowing mostly from right across toward left, but it really played havoc with a lot of balls in extra innings last night.
There's a fanatic. I was on the field before the game. No batting practice for either team after the 14th inning, and I stood on the mound and stood at the plate. It was really blowing in, but it's shifted a little, like you said, Gary, from right to left now.
By the way,
it's like makes everyone laugh. I don't care who you are. When you watch a fanatic and you're a player, you still laugh every single time, and he does the same stuff every time.
And he performed for 5.5 hours last night,
yeah,
and he looks like the freshest guy out on the field.
You're right. Only time I ever saw him angry, Roger McDowell took the key to his recreational vehicle there, and he went crazy.
Don't mess with the fanatic.
I love how fast he goes. I mean, he doesn't even care. Gives the
and no hands.
The Fanuc to the Mets, cheering on the Phillies. No one has more fun at the ballpark, I'll tell you that.
Toyota starting lineup for the Mets this afternoon. The last minute change. Chris Young takes the spot of Juan Lagares, who was scratched with what they're calling a right rib cage spasm. They said he heard it swinging the bat last night and exacerbated it in the cage today. And so Young takes Lagares' spot. And the only other change on the lineup, Anthony Recker will do the catching. Even Bobby Abreu's back out there. Day game after a night game. 5.5-hour game. 40 years old.
Well, Kyle Kendrick pitching for the Phillies this afternoon. The Mets, boy, they see plenty of Kendrick, don't they? Won his last start, like I said in the pregame, 65 and 60 over his career. He's played for the Phillies in 7 seasons. 5 of them, he's reached double figures in wins. And the Geico Phillies defense, the accounting firm of Brown, Revere, and Bird in the outfield. Brignac, Rollins, Utley, and Howard. And behind the plate, Will Nieves shoots Ruiz getting the day off. That's a look at the defense. Brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15%.
Mostly sunny skies as we approach game time. Good crowd gathered here at Citizens Bank Park for the third game of what will eventually, we think, be a 5-game series. Last night there was a time there shortly after midnight when you just weren't sure the game was going to end.
Well, you didn't think either team could score. You know, that was the big deal. Of course, Chris Young, I have to say, you know, he made the mistake. No one wants to make a mistake in a game like that. Owned up to it 100% after the game. Said, I just flubbed it.
Called it a flub up, which is a new formulation. This is the first time Young has hit leadoff as a Met. 252 times in his career he has batted leadoff. First pitch of the game by Kendrick is a sinker out of the strike zone, and we're underway. Young at 202 on the year. 4 homers, 13 driven in. Murphy and Wright to follow as the sun splashes over the field for this mid-afternoon start. And a check swing foul ball into the Phillies dugout, and it's 1-1.
You know, Joe Madden for the Rays is famous for when he's got middle of the lineup hitters, when they're struggling, he leads them off occasionally. He's done it with Matt Joyce. He's done it with Carlos Pena. Maybe it'll work here for Young. No expectations leading off. You want to just get base hits.
Well, at the start of his career, he was a leadoff hitter in Arizona. Won a Rookie of the Year award, batting primarily leadoff. Best year of his career. So who knows? Maybe it's the spark he needs to get going.
And maybe the last-minute notice won't have him grinding all day about being in the lineup. Just let the talent flow.
2-1 from Kendrick, and he fouls one at the plate. 2-2. Mets faced Kendrick about 3 weeks ago at Citi Field, and the Mets hit him pretty well. 4 runs in 5 1/3 innings. Wound up being a no decision. That was the game Kyle Farnsworth let get away in the 9th that led to Farnsworth's exit and started the revamping of the Mets bullpen. Bullpen looked awfully good last night, but very heavily used on both sides. And he ties up Young, but he missed inside. 3-2.
Good take there by Chris Young. Borderline pitch inside.
Kendrick coming off his first win of the season his last time out after 16 straight starts without a win going back to last year. And Young has himself a base hit to lead off. Doesn't it always work that way? The guy who was the last minute replacement of the lineup does something productive right off the bat.
There's 2 adages in baseball. You face a player who's sick, they always have a great day, and a guy who's inserted in the lineup at the last minute always seems to have at least a good start. And Chris Young does with a base hit.
I'll add one more.
Okay.
If you put a poor defensive player in a spot where he's not comfortable, the ball will find him.
There's another one.
So here's Murphy. Murph walked 3 times last night, but he's 0 for his last 10. He's seen his average shrink to 301. Still 3rd in the National League in base hits. Young at first and nobody out, and Murphy takes a strike. There's so much onus today on the starting pitchers.
Yes. I mean, you honestly, with the wind blowing the way it is, you can be uber aggressive, go right after the hitters, and try to have low pitch counts so you can go deep in the game. I was telling you before the game, Gary, that I pitched a game in Fenway Park that it was very similar to this, wind blowing in. You see Daniel Murphy taking his helmet off. He fouled that over the dugout, and it might have got a young man. That really upsets the players. A lot of them fathers themselves.
Yeah, he appears to be okay, though. They'll get him some medical attention, but he's walking off with his mom.
I got to get his name. I'm drafting him on my team if he takes that and walks out of here.
Got to be tough. So Murph will try and shake it off. Kendrick ahead of him 0-2. And that just missed inside. 1-2. Well, we mentioned both these teams ran through their bullpens last night. The Mets used everybody. I mean, all 7 of their relievers got in the game, and many of them went further than they normally do, like a Vic Black, who went 2 innings last night. So the Mets had to get some bullpen help in here, and that's why they called up Buddy Carlisle. Slap to left field, and Murphy's got himself a base hit. So the Mets have the table set, 1st and 2nd, and nobody out. And by the way, there are a ton of Met fans here today.
Yeah.
Many more than we had here the last 2 nights.
So I always question. I get this lip service that everyone has all of these reports. They have the blueprint on how to get hitters out, and people continue to pitch Daniel Murphy outside with 2 strikes. What's that about? He does that. He's going to do it to you every single time you decide to throw Murph outside with 2 strikes. He's just great at covering outside. He protects out there, and he can one-hand you. It's like ping pong for him out there.
So the Mets with a chance to strike early against Kendrick. David Wright had a rough night last night, went 0 for 6, only the 2nd time in his career he's had an 0 for 6 game. Well, David has 3 career home runs against Kendrick, one of those this year.
Solved for breaking ball by Kendrick. Big park, but didn't hold that one. That was over the Great Wall of Flushing.
David's 1 for 11 in this series, batting with 2 aboard and nobody out. And he hits this one toward right center. Back in the gap goes Bird, diving to make the catch. Young did not tag up, and he'll have to retreat to second. Now the 36-year-old Bird, after 5.5 hours on the field last night, makes a terrific play and not good base running by Chris Young.
Well, don't forget, David's got to be sick of seeing that. Marlon Bird robbed him of a hit going to the line last night, and now robs him in the gap the next afternoon. Well, he has rejuvenated his career like few have. There's nothing Young could do here. This is what you got to do. Halfway, can't tag up on that. That's a fantastic play.
So 1 out. Now Curtis Granderson. And he hits the first pitch in the air to center. This time Young will tag as Revere comes in as the wind grabs it. And that's the second out as Young goes over to third.
I'll tell you how much the wind's blowing. That ball in the summertime here in August threatens to go out of the ballpark. That one went about 250 feet away.
So an inning that began promisingly for the Mets, now in danger of going by the boards. Left to Bobby Abreu. Bobby had 2 more hits last night. Abreu had the biggest hit of the game for the Mets last night, a 2-run double in the 5th that gave them a brief lead, and was also the last time they scored. Mets did not score for the last 9 innings of last night's game, and trying to avoid being kept off the board here in the first. First and third and 2 out. And a changeup from Kendrick in for a strike.
See Kendrick blowing on his hand. When it's real windy like this, your hand will get very slippery on the baseball. Fingers will.
Oh, and 2.
Got away with that pitch. That's a hanging slider that doesn't break. Almost a backup slider that got through the bat there of Abreu.
So Kendrick on the verge of getting himself through first inning trouble. And Abreu just got a piece of the changeup.
Interesting how they're trying to pitch Abreu. A lot of fastballs in, sliders, and just like Mike Adams last night. Remember, struck him out in that big bases loaded with the changeup. Kendrick came with that changeup there, but able to foul, get a piece.
That was in the top of the 9th inning last night after Adams had walked 3 to load the bases. Too high, 1 and 2. This is Kendrick's 18th career start against the Mets, his 24th appearance. And he's battled them on pretty even terms, 8-8, 3.58 in his career against the Mets. So you got a lot of guys in this lineup who've seen a lot of him. Not Abreu, though, has only had 2 at-bats against Kendrick. Here's the 1-2, and taken outside, another changeup. Of course, Abreu spent 9 years playing for the Phillies, including the first couple of years here at Citizens Bank Park, which opened 10 years ago. In fact, the first game the Mets played at Citizens Bank Park was 10 years ago today. That was a 6.5-hour day with a couple of long rain delays. Just letting you know.
Okay.
2-2 to Abreu, and he rockets one into right field for a base hit, and the Mets get the early lead. Young comes in to score. Murphy goes first to third. Bobby Abreu comes through again. RBI single, 1-0 New York.
Well, you usually don't hear me saying this, but he's only been with the team a short while. He might be the best clutch hitter the Mets have right now, and Bobby Abreu.
Might be the best hitter the Mets have right now.
You know, he makes the adjustment. That ball's in on him. He'd been rushed in last night's game, ended up hitting that double to right field to push the Mets ahead, and here again, making the adjustment.
Well, he has a great knowledge of the strike zone, able to lay off a couple of tough pitches with 2 strikes. He's had himself a great career, and he's resurrected himself at age 40. Now here's Lucas Duda, first and third and 2 out. And he goes after the first pitch changeup, 0-1. Lucas has been much more aggressive early in the count, and we've seen that more and more. Pitchers not throwing him first pitch fastballs. Anthony Recker would be next. Duda 3 for 18 against Kendrick in their prior matchups with 1 home run. There's another one. 0-2.
Hitters will never, ever admit to this, but I think when they're in the on-deck circle sometimes, they decide whether they're going to swing at the first pitch or not.
Based on
watching the pitches against other people, what the first pitch has been to the other hitters, what their history against the pitcher has been, what they've seen on videotape. It all gets crunched in, and you've done all this work, and usually your decision is made 2 seconds before you go into the batter's box.
So at the end of the day, what they're doing is they're guessing.
At least on that first pitch. Because if you recognized it, you wouldn't swing at a changeup.
He's seen 3 straight changeups from Kendrick. Now the 1-2. And he comes up and in with a fastball, 2-2. 3 hits in the inning. The Mets with a run home. And now Duda trying to cash in Murphy from third. Two to Duda, and a breaking ball drilled into right field. That's a base hit. It'll go to the wall. Murphy scores. Abreu goes to third. He'll be held up there. It's a double and an RBI for Lucas Duda, and the Mets have an early 2-0 lead. 2 out, 2 strike RBI hits from Abreu and then from Duda to cash the first 2 runs of the game.
4 of the 5 pitches to Lucas Duda were changeups. He finally made the adjustment, stayed back just enough, and rifled this ball to right field. Nice hitting by Lucas. Fooled 2 of the times and finally stays back. Nice to see.
So Kendrick struggling early. Gave a back-to-back hits. Bird bailed him out by robbing right, and it looked like he might have a chance to get through the inning unscathed, but that is not how it comes down. And he's already gotten the early visit from his pitching coach, Bob McClure.
You know, you were talking about the Mets fans, lots of them here today. There was a time when they sold out this ballpark that a Mets fan couldn't get a ticket, so they have a little more room now to get in the stadium.
Well, about 14 hours ago, this guy was waiting to pitch. Now he's standing at the plate with 2 in scoring position. Anthony Recker was going to be the Mets' next pitcher if Henry Mejia had been able to get through an inning or 2. And boy, was he strutting his stuff. Headed down to the bullpen. He was all pumped up about maybe taking the mound.
Go easy. Watch out what you wish for. Terry Collins explained it. If he went in there, it was really just going to be glorified batting practice. So, but I'm sure he doesn't feel that way.
I think he'd much rather catch a couple of runs here. 0-1 to Recker. And he takes it on the outside corner, 0-2. So Kendrick keeps getting ahead. He was ahead on Abreu 0-2. He was ahead on Duda 0-2. Now he's ahead on Recker 0-2. Ruben Tejada would be next. So the Mets for a second straight day take an early lead. Mets had a 3-0 lead early yesterday against A.J. Burnett that got away. Already the 27th pitch of the inning coming up for Kendrick. And Recker goes down on the curveball to end the inning. First strikeout for Kendrick, but the Mets score early. First runs of the game brought to you by the New York Lottery. Hey, you never know. 2 out, 2 strikes, no problem. Bobby Abreu, Lucas Duda, run-scoring hits. And they hand Jacob deGrom a 2-0 lead. Change at catcher, where Carlos Ruiz gets a well-deserved day off. Reed Brignac, who had the game-winning hit in his first start as a Philly, back in there at third base today.
What did Chooch have? 4 hits in last night's game and caught 14 innings? Pretty impressive.
He had 4 hits, a walk, and the 2 times he was retired, he hit line drive outs.
That's right. Unbelievable.
That's a day.
Well, Jacob deGrom should certainly have his first major league win with the way he has pitched. That sparkling ERA in his first 3 starts. The only numbers that you want to see improve are the walks to strikeout ratio, about the same. And the Geico defense for the Mets, Curtis Granderson, Chris Young in center field for Lagares and Bobby Abreu. Right to Hada Murphy Duda every single day. They're out there. And Anthony Recker gives Darno a rest. 15 minutes could save you 15%. You use Geico.
That was so smooth. Ben Revere will lead things off. Revere 2 for 11 in this series. And deGrom's first one is a little bit low for ball 1. Revere 1 for 7 last night. The only base hit he had was a swinging bunt that hit the third base bag. The skee ball hit, I believe you referred to it
as. That's right.
Rollins and Utley to follow for the Phillies after the Mets scored a pair in the top of the inning. And deGrom deals the 1-1, and Revere takes ball 2. So Jacob deGrom's had 3 starts, all 3 quality starts, at least 6 innings, no more than 3 runs, and he doesn't have a win. 0-2 with a 1.83 ERA. There's been only one other pitcher in Mets history to make his major league debut, make 3 quality starts in a row and not get a win.
Oh, jeez.
1983, late in the year, back when he was number 44. Mr. Ron Darling.
Crazy. Jeez. He's got much better hair. Pitching for the 83 end of the season Mets was a little challenging. They weren't going to score tons of runs, even though Strawberry was there. Keith was there by then. But it would change the next year.
I'll say, I know the Phillies were your first start.
Yeah. I faced
strike 3 called as Revere is out, 1 out.
Nice pitch there by deGrom. I faced the Phillies my first start. I faced the Cubs. And I know I got my first win on my 5th start, last one in September, a complete game against Pittsburgh with Bad Dude catching.
John Stern.
Yes.
Well, deGrom is hoping that the 4th time is the charm today.
He doesn't have to change a thing. He's just continued to do what he's been doing.
Here's Jimmy Rollins, 2 for 9 in the series, and he takes ball 1. I found it very interesting that Ryan Sandberg ran all of his veteran players back out there today. They won the game. He's got all these starters 34 and older, and they're all out there after playing 5.5 hours last night.
You know, I'm thinking to myself, well, Nice is going tomorrow, so he's a left-hander, so you're going to definitely maybe introduce a couple more players. Darren Ruff will probably get a start tomorrow. But just so surprising. It used to be automatic after a game like that you'd have kind of the 1A squad out there.
I mean, to the couple of hours, the fact that it's a 3 o'clock start instead of a 1 o'clock start, does that make a difference?
To me, it shouldn't make a difference. Still an afternoon game. You would, in days gone by, never have this many starters for both teams back out there.
Well, for both teams, the only changes in the lineup were the catchers. Of course, the Mets were forced into a second change when Lagares was scratched. And DeGrom misses inside, 3-1.
See, Recker's talking to the home plate umpire, Marvin Hudson, because a pitch was called on him that was for a strike that was very similar to that pitch.
Rollins hits one toward the line. That'll slice away and go foul. 3-2. So, you ever get in this situation, play a long game, and come back the next afternoon? Does the home plate umpire ever adjust his strike zone even a little bit for the circumstances?
I don't think so. I think that just like a hitter's got his stance, a pitcher's got a way he pitches, umpire's got a way he umpires that he feels comfortable with.
3-2, and Rollins hits it out to center. Chris Young is there. Wynn keeps blowing that ball back toward the infield, and there are 2 out. Marvin Hudson, the home plate umpire today.
I think one of the themes that can sometimes happen, though, for umpiring groups, if they're together for a long period of time, they start resembling each other. This group is very, how would you say, they love to call strikes. Their strike zone is a little bigger than most umpiring crews.
Strike hunters.
Strike hunters, exactly. Orion with a mask or something, I don't know.
Now Chase Utley, who came into the series a red-hot hitter, but just 1 for 10 in the 2 games, and that one bounces away from Recker. Utley was on the short end of that great catch David Wright made last night. We had a couple of men on in the 4th. Little bloop into shallow left, and David caught it like he was on a post pattern. And DeGrom pours one in for a strike at 95. That's easy 95.
Right. I said that he's the lost Weaver brother. When you sometimes look at him, he has those long limbs and tall and thin.
Don't forget the hair.
Right.
Probably needs a few more inches to be a Weaver.
He's pretty tall, though. What is he, 6'3", 6'4"?
Yeah, but the Weaver there, 6'6",
yeah.
2-1 to Utley. Ryan Howard would be next. DeGrom's already been in a game today. Right? Pinch hit after midnight. Half swing, and he went around. 2-2 to Utley.
I found it interesting because he was afraid of DeGrom if he got on running the bases and trying to overdo it. He said he might have run Bartolo Colon for Jacob DeGrom because he knows Colon's not going to run hard.
And I said, why not John Neese? He said, well, I have to save him to be the next pinch hitter. Not going to have Colon pinch hit. Swing and a miss. DeGrom has his second strikeout as he gets Utley. So a 1-2-3 opening inning for Jacob DeGrom. We go to the second in Philly with the Mets up 2-0. Do everything, do AC. Mets are in the hump day of this 5-game series. Day game tomorrow, night game Monday, then 3 games in Chicago and 3 in San Francisco to close out this 11-game road trip.
Okay, so those are the folks from Queens, right? Or Mets fans?
They are making their presence felt.
They did an amazing job at Yankee Stadium. They were going back and forth with the Yankee fans, and they'll probably will be doing that with the Philly fans at some point.
Ruben Tejada leads off the 2nd inning, and he takes ball 1. Ruben had another nice day yesterday with a couple of hits, drove in a run, get more and more of his playing time back. See at the bottom there, 2014 pace. It's a good time of year to take a look at that because last night's game completed 1/3 of the schedule, 54 out of the 162. So the math is easy.
Yeah.
It's just times 3.
Times 3, and also, you don't know what players are going to do, but you can see you want to evaluate your ball club at Memorial Day. You also want to evaluate your own performance. And kind of where you're trending. I mean, what if you continue to play the way you're playing? This is the kind of season you're going to have. So if you are styling, great. If you're not, you better get on your horse.
Well, the Mets have already made some tweaks to their roster, probably about almost as many tweaks as they can without going outside the organization. Toward the hole, and that one skips past Brignac, a base hit for Tejada. There's not much Brignac could have done the way that ball came up.
He got to the vicinity, the area, pretty well by Brignac, but watch this bounce. It hit right on the edge of where the grass meets the dirt, and that always will propel it with that big topspin. It's almost like someone shoots it out of a cannon right by Brignac.
You have to be impressed with what Tejada's doing. He has been bound and determined to hit the top half of the ball, and he's starting to do that. Here's DeGrom set up there to bunt, and he bunts it foul. Now you'd ask, why would a 667 hitter be asked to bunt?
Well,
he was hitting 800 till last night, so he's in a slump now.
I would say that when we're doing those trending, what you're going to do the rest of the season, I think we can't trend his yet because it'll be too high. He handles the bat, though. He knows what he's doing up there. I mean, a lot of talk. We've heard it all now. College shortstop had too good of an arm not to put him on the mound.
He has 1 sacrifice so far.
Remember when Bobby Valentine first was with the Mets, and he was the third base coach, and we had a spring training meeting, and he went over all the signs, and Davey Johnson said, we're not using those, Bobby. Those are too tough.
Nice looking bunt by DeGrom. Nieves has to go to first with it. So second sacrifice for DeGrom, 2-4 for the first out. Here's the hitting of Jacob DeGrom.
Well, he's got that nice inside out stroke, which really works well because you're going to see a lot of fastballs. You can see it. He knows what he's doing. At least he's got a real athletic approach. He's got a nice way of dumping that ball into the left field. And he doesn't try to swing too hard. And good for a tall guy, he gets way down low with that bat and deaden that bunt.
So here's Chris Young, who singled and scored in the first, and he takes a curveball for a strike. So how quickly does word get around if a pitcher like DeGrom can swing the bat a little bit?
Pitchers watch it every day, and they'll look at it and they'll say, oh, DeGrom pitched pretty good. And then they'll look at the box score and they'll go 2 for 3. So he'll be seeing a steady diet of breaking balls as it goes on.
Popped up. And Utley looking through the sunglasses. 2 out.
Plus, as a pitcher, Keith used to always do this. I don't even know if he remembers he would do it. If he had a pitcher up that could hit, there were a lot in my day that really could swing the bat. Keith would remind you about 5 or 6 times. After a while, I'd be like, yeah, it's the pitcher, Keith. I got it. I can handle it. I know he can hit. He gets you a little perturbed. But he was right.
Well, there might have been some pitchers who didn't have quite your powers of recall. Somebody you might have had to remind a half dozen times. can think of one in particular. Here's Murphy with the runner at second and 2 out.
No, here's
like
real.
Davis was crossed up on that last one.
Here's a real positive here.
Yeah, that's the pace that Murph's on. 197 hits after what, he have 188 last year?
I mean, that's beautiful.
And I think the on-base percentage is key too, because he was bound and determined to draw a few more walks this year, get that on-base percentage up, and it's been a nice change for him.
I mean, Murph, looking on his season last year, if he had walked a little more, take away some of those outs, you know, he's vying for the batting title. So
Tejada at second and 2 out. Murphy fouls it back. Changeup from Kendrick, 1-1. Is it just me, or is Kendrick throwing more changeups than normal today?
Yeah, more changeups. Kendrick's strengths are his durability, his ultra competitiveness. He's a great competitor, high school football quarterback, great quarterback. His Achilles heel, he doesn't have that pitch to put you away.
He's worked a lot on his cutter the last few years to go with his sinker.
The fastball in that you start at the hip of the left-handers and come over the inside corner, that's the pitch that he's got to learn how to throw.
Murphy, and a great play by Howard for the third out. Now Murphy must have thought for sure he had a double, but Ryan Howard, not known for his glove or his agility, shows off both. Nice grab by Howard to take one away from Murphy and keep the Mets off the board in the second. Still 2-0 New York. Toyota Time Sales event is going on now. Toyota, let's go places. You can follow every Mets game with MLB.com at bat on your favorite mobile phone or tablet. Get live look-ins, instant replays, scores, stats, audio, free MLB.tv game of the day, and more. Download on the App Store or visit Mets.com today. Ryan Howard leads off the home second. It's been a lost weekend so far for Howard. Golden sombrero, 4 strikeouts Thursday night, 0 for 7 with a couple more strikeouts last night.
We'll see his pace there, 28 and 100. I mean, most people who say that's outstanding.
Pop up and nobody will get near it, even if it were in play.
But you're talking about a guy that's getting paid $25 million, and he's getting paid in his prime. He was a 45 and 140 guy, 50 and 150.
58 one year.
Yeah.
Well, he was the MVP in 2006, and his production was already starting to slide before he got hurt at the end of the 2011 season. A devastating Achilles injury as the Phillies season ended. And he's been climbing ever since, trying to get back to the player he was, but that's hard to do at age 34. DeGrom beats him with a fastball, and he has his third strikeout. 4 batters, 3 Ks for Jacob DeGrom.
It's Howard 0 for 12 in this series with 7 punch-outs. I mean, he's having a historic. Whoa, I don't even want to talk about it. And they're pitching in the same way every single time. Fastballs, anything 92 and above, upstairs, he can't handle.
So now Marlon Byrd. Marlins 2 for 8 in this series. He wound up scoring the winning run last night, or I should say early this morning.
96 miles an hour with a little cut.
Byrd is doing exactly for the Phillies what he did for the Mets last year. And with the Phils a third of the year, he spent 2/3 of the year with the Mets last year before being traded to Pittsburgh. It's a trade that looks like it might work in the long run for the Mets because they got Vic Black in that deal, and he's already started to pay dividends. They also got a young middle infielder, Dilson Herrera, who's having a good year in single A. Pulled down to right at third. And David takes his time and throws him out 2 away.
When you watch DeGrom, he makes it look easy. He uses his height, his long limbs and long legs to his advantage. Very easy, sets at the belt and closes very nicely. And look at that stride. I mean, that stride's got to be 6, 7 feet wide. It's like a condor with a wingspan.
Starts out throwing from 60 feet 6 inches, winds up throwing from 45. Here's Dominic Brown. Brown hit a 3-run homer in last night's game against Rafael Montero. If you missed the news from earlier, Montero has been sent down to AAA. It was not done because of his lack of performance, although clearly he struggled last night. It was more to make room for an extra relief pitcher. Buddy Carlisle called up today. But the Mets have the flexibility to replace Montero in the rotation. They'll start Daisuke Matsuzaka in Chicago on Wednesday.
First change up there from DeGrom. These Montero's numbers. Listen, I was explaining the pregame. Terry Collins talked about, you know, what got you here will keep you here. He was a strike thrower. He wasn't a strike thrower here. I'm sure that will change. You know, you can't have all these kids come up and all of them perform like Jacob DeGrom. Some of them are going to be blinded by the lights. They'll go down, they'll work on their game, and next time they'll be more prepared.
2-2 to Brown, and a check swing, but he held in time. Now, Montero could go down to Vegas, make one start, and come right back. And the Mets really don't have a long-term plan right now about what to do beyond that one start Daisuke will make in Chicago on Wednesday. Doesn't look like Dylan G's coming back anytime soon. That's his spot in the rotation. And DeGrom strikes out Brown. What a start for Jacob DeGrom. 6 up, 6 down with 4 strikeouts. Jackie, Corey, and Linda for the Pix 11 Morning News, where every story hits home. David Wright leads off the third inning for New York. Mets with a 2-0 lead against Kyle Kendrick and the Phillies. David is 1 for 12 in this series, and Marlon Byrd has a lot to do with that. Well, a third of the way through the season. That's the pace that David Wright is on this year. A lot of hits, but certainly would not be his best season by any means. This one's popped up. Ryan Howard looking for it. One out.
Well, you saw what David was trending there. He was trending for about 50 extra base hits. 100 extra base hits is as fine a year as you're going to have. So, a little short of what I would say. He's usually in that 70 extra base hit territory.
Well, his slugging percentage is down.
Yeah.
But his on-base percentage is also down, despite the fact that he's among the league leaders in hits. David's not drawing as many walks as he's accustomed to. There's Granderson, who's been drawing his share of walks. In fact, Granderson last night tied a major league record. His 7th straight game with a walk but no hits. Is that a good record to set?
Well, I'm just trying to ask you that you can go 7 games without a hit and set a record. A good record.
Well, sort of good.
Okay, well,
it's an up and down kind of record.
It's better than that Ofer.
It's a
walk.
glass half full.
Okay.
Right. Well, if you take away the walks, Granderson is 0 for his last 20 after flying out his first time today, and there's been a lot of that lunging for off-speed stuff out of the strike zone.
Well, let's not lie. One of the reasons David's on-base percentage is down and they're not walking him is because Granderson has not caught fire yet, although a strong part of May.
Curveball from Kendrick bounces in, 2-2. Well, it's one of the characteristics of this Mets offense through the first third of the year. They have drawn the most walks and struck out the most times of any team in the league. Utley with the diving stop, and he throws out Granderson, 2 down. The Phillies playing some defense these first 3 innings. Byrd, Howard, and now Utley.
I'll tell you, it's got to get old for a hitter with these shifts. You hit a ball on the button, and it should be a clear base hit, but because of the shift, Utley's over there 3-4 more steps, able to get to the play and make the fine play.
So 2 out and nobody on for Bobby Abreu, who singled in the first run of the game. Abreu making his 10th start for the Mets today. Takes a curveball for a strike.
Bobby Abreu without the bill of the cap. They didn't have it, so they just kind of threw a New York Met beanie on him.
It's a little odd looking right
It's
there.
photoshopped on. They just stuck it on top of his head.
Well, what happened to the bill?
I don't know what happened to it, but
It's just the angle of the photo.
Oh, it's the angle of the photo. There is a bill there, but it looks more from our angle. It looks more like a beanie, something you'd wear if you were taking some laps swimming or something.
Well, right now, Bobby couldn't care less how he's depicted in photos. He has come back to the big leagues and done so successfully after a year away. Not too many guys do that at age 40.
We found his game in Caracas this winter. Dave Hudgens, the manager, and hit 320 something there.
And he's hitting over 300 here, 319 at the moment.
I think he had 28 or 30 RBIs in a shortened season. On base percentage at 400, where it always is.
He stole his 400th career base last night to join some exclusive company. 200 homers, 1,200 walks, 400 steals. Bonds, Henderson, Morgan, Abreu. That's it.
Some Venezuelan flavor into that Northern California mix.
There you go. Jimmy Rollins probably close to that, but without the walks, right?
Without the walks.
Another Northern California guy.
Yeah. Encinal High from Alameda.
Well, another 3-2 count to Abreu. It's usually where he starts. Let's see.
Yeah, you want to speed up the games? Just start Abreu's at bats at 3-2.
He's so much easier that way. Yeah, Rollins is far short in the walks, at about 700. But he's got the 200 home runs, has the 400 steals. Abreu hits it well out to left, chasing Brown back onto the warning track at the wall to make the catch. So Abreu taking one deep the other way. But the Mets are out 1-2-3 before Kendrick in the top of the third. Just enough room for Brown. 2-0 New York. Today's game is brought to you in high definition by Time Warner Cable. Enjoy better. Jacob deGrom's been perfect through the first 2 innings. 6 up, 6 down with 4 strikeouts.
Well, both these teams have shown a propensity to strike out. 19 the Mets have last night?
19 times the Mets struck out last night. Which was not a major league record, but it was the most times the Mets had struck out in any game since 1969, when Steve Carlton famously had 19 strikeouts and lost.
Yeah, he did it all by himself.
Right. Since then, they had 2 other 19 strikeout games, and they were both last year. And not surprisingly, in the 20-inning game against the Marlins, they struck out 19 times. And in the 16-inning game against the Giants, they struck out 19 times. Nieves with a reaching hack fouls it away. The record for strikeouts in a game for the Mets came 50 years ago today. It was in that 23 innings, second game of a doubleheader loss to the Giants at Shea Stadium. Think about the first year of Shea Stadium. Okay, 1964, first year.
Yeah.
Within the first 2 months, They had a 23-inning game, the longest game by time at that point in Major League history. Yevis down on strikes. That's 5 strikeouts now for DeGrom. And 3 weeks later on Father's Day, perfect game. Jim Bunning. First 3 months in a new ballpark. Longest game in history and a perfect game.
How can a team that loses 120 games tie anyone for that long a period of time?
Well, at one time, the Mets had played 3 of the 5 longest games in history and lost them all. They had the 23-inning game against the Giants. In 1968, they lost a 24-inning 1-0 game in the Astrodome. And then that one that Keith was in '74, the 25-inning loss to the Cardinals.
Jake McBride with scored the winning run.
Hank Webb's bad throw. Reed Brignac, the hero of last night's game for the Phillies. Hit one to the fence and left with the bases loaded for a walk-off hit and an ugly hack. That's how most of his night went at the plate. Didn't look good at all until that last swing against Mejia.
It's almost like you don't have to throw him a strike right now. He's not getting a lot of playing time, so he's kind of just hacking.
DeGrom has already struck out 5. This is high to Brignac, 1-2.
DeGrom in his last start against the Pirates, I believe, he did not have his changeup, did not have his breaking ball coming out of the gate. That is not the case today.
He had to fight out of trouble in the first couple of innings. Had a bases loaded jam in the first, 2 men on in the second. But here he has come out of the gate flying. And you know, one of the things that impressed so much about DeGrom that last start was the way he was able to survive early and then thrive later. And he gets him with a changeup. DeGrom strikes out Brignac. That is 6 strikeouts in the first 8 batters for Jacob DeGrom.
And he's had him with every single pitch. He struck out Nieves on a slider. He strikes out Brignac with a changeup. He struck out Howard with a high fastball. He's done it all.
Haven't even seen his curveball yet.
His reward, he gets to face the pitcher in the 3rd.
Kendrick 2 for 21 at the plate this year. Well, Zach Wheeler was electric in the first game of this series. His first 6 outs all came on strikeouts. And at one point he retired 14 in a row.
They asked Chase Utley, what do you think about Zach Wheeler? He said he'd get anyone out when he had the stuff he had that night.
Wright has to go to the line to get it. Tough play with the off-balance throw, and he got him. Terrific play by David Wright. Nice adjustment by Duda at first. 9 up and 9 down for Jacob DeGrom to start his afternoon. David's been playing way off the line. No matter there. Throws on Kendrick to end the inning. A 2-0 lead. His third game of the rare 5-game series. What do we eat now?
What's that say? Chomp?
We're trying to figure out, is that a hot dog or a Twinkie?
I like that hat. Low, folded on the sides.
Oh, about 3 sizes too big.
Yeah, that's all right. Better than too small.
Grow into it?
Better than too small.
Kids of all ages.
That's beautiful.
On a Saturday afternoon. The best ride in the world. A ride on Dad's shoulder. Lucas Duda leads off for the Mets as we go to the 4th. Lucas drilled an RBI double his first time up. It's got 2 runs in the first inning off Kendrick and a leadoff hit from Tejada in the second. But since then, helped out by some stellar defense, Kendrick's retired 6 in a row. And the Phillies put on the shift against Duda, but they don't shift the third baseman. In deference to the fact that Duda has already had a bunt hit in this series.
That's right. He'll move away now. They figure with 1 strike he's not going to bunt.
Rightly or wrongly. Popped up, and it's the third baseman Brignac's ball. 1 out in the 4th. Now Anthony Recker has struck out his first time up. Watching Kendrick get that ball in on Duda brings me back to his splits this year, which are much more pronounced than they've been in the past. The lefties have just been tearing him up. And you wonder, is he not pitching inside enough against the lefties?
Well, I think he's trying to. You can see the splits that you said, Gary. They're upside down from last year. But what he's not doing, he is pitching inside, but he's not throwing it for strikes. So the hitters can just say, you know what? I know he's trying to pitch me in here, but he doesn't throw hard enough to make me afraid, and he doesn't throw strikes. So they just look middle plate away.
Kendrick now in his 8th year with the Phillies. Came out of Mount Vernon, Washington. Ronnie mentioned a terrific high school quarterback and punter. He's going to go to college on a football scholarship to be a punter, like Darren Erstad.
Darren Erstad, that's right. Talked about his record before. 5 games over 500. Spectacular season in 2007 when you know what happened. Won 10 games that year. Won 10-4.
I don't know, Ronnie. What?
We're not getting into that. That just 17 is the key number. There are a lot of 7s and 17s.
And then comments afterward by a certain left-hander that might have gotten him in trouble. That's persisted to this day.
Yeah, he's going to try to see if he can break it tomorrow. Cole Hamels, who's had the Mets hex on him.
That's even made it rain on him earlier this year. He didn't like that. 1-2 from Kendrick, and the curveball. He strikes him out, I believe. He didn't make contact. Recker thought he did, but the home plate umpire Marvin Hudson said he did not, and that's a strikeout.
Yeah, I don't think he made contact either.
Recker's still fussing with him a little bit.
Good breaking ball. Let's see if he makes contact. It's inside. No, it sure didn't look like you made contact. I think that's where you miss it. Hard to tell.
That might have changed direction a little bit.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell. In any event, second strikeout for Kendrick. Both have been of Recker. And now Tejada, who had a hot shot that took a bad hop over Brignac's glove for a base hit in the second. So Tejada now 7 hits in his last 16 at bats. Things have really perked up for him. I mean, do you see anything different with Ruben? I mean, the results have been much better. He's hitting fewer balls in the air, but
less and less big swings. That's one of them. trying to work the ball up the middle and to right center. That was what his key was when he hit 285 2 seasons ago.
It's this one deep to left field. Back goes Brown near the wall, and it's out of here. Ruben Tejada with his first home run of the season. And he breaks the longest active home run drought in the major leagues. The Mets now have a 3-0 lead. Tejada had gone 552 at-bats since his last home run against Matt Cain, August of 2012. In the same week that Ben Revere hit his first big league home run after over 1,400 at-bats without one, Tejada gets on the board as well.
And isn't it ironic, in not trying to hit the ball in the air and hit home runs, he gets his first on a line drive, which really is the easiest way to hit it out today with all the wind. Look at
now DeGrom takes a home run cut.
You know, it's been the biggest part of Tejada's game. It's a hanging curveball inside. Wilmer Flores on the bench. That's been the best part of his game.
Ruben hit one as a rookie in 2010 at Wrigley Field, and he hit the one 2 years ago against Cain, and now he has made Kyle Kendrick his third home run victim.
Everyone's in a state of shock over on the bench. They don't really know what to do.
1,341 big league at bats, 3 home runs for the strongman Ruben Tejada. Doing 2 to DeGrom. So I have to check with Elias. Who's next on the list? Longest active home run drought. Tejada was number 1. Now he's scratched off. And DeGrom is down on strikes to end the inning. But Ruben Tejada, for the first time in nearly 2 years, goes yard. The hits have been coming. And now the long ball. Tejada's first home run of the year. 3-0 New York in the 4th. For a concert after the Mets-Padres game Saturday, June 14th, as part of the Mets concert series presented by Dwayne Reed. Catch 50 Cent live in concert June 14th. Visit Mets.com/concerts. Jacob DeGrom back to the mound for the bottom of the 4th. Let's check in with Kevin Burkhardt. Kevin?
Gary, unclear. Is Curtis Jackson going to be there as well? I just wanted to double check and ask you about that one. We saw him just last week You know, DeGrom pitching a great game, obviously, today, and there's so much about him to like. Certainly his poise. I want to take you back a couple years to the conversation he had in the training room in Port St. Lucie with Johan Santana. He was sitting there along with Santana, both getting treatment, and there was a baseball in the training room, so DeGrom picked it up and said, Johan, how do you throw your changeup? And so a conversation began. Threw the ball over to Johan. He showed him how he threw his changeup, how he threw his changeup, and then they just talked pitching for a while. Santana said, hey, the one thing I recommend to you is you've got to throw long toss with this changeup grip. Why? He said, because you need arm speed to throw a changeup. And when you do long toss, you can't slow up your arm if you want to get the ball that far. So you go out and do long toss, and that'll get you used to throwing the changeup the way you do it. Of course, it's worked. DeGrom has a great changeup. He said he's altered the grip just a little bit since then, but it taught him a lot. He says the other two really important lessons he's learned since being converted to a pitcher at Stetson and now through the Mets organization. Couple things. A, Ronnie, you'll appreciate this. Strike one, the most important pitch, straight out of Seaver's book as DeGrom gets another. And there's one away. He said the other thing is, you know, last start in trouble. I said, you look so cool, so calm. He said, you know, it doesn't always work that way, but the one thing is when you're in trouble, I always like to step off the mound for a second, just take a deep breath, get back on. That's in the past. The most important pitch is the next one. It's cliche, but it's true. Back to you, Dave.
Well, Kevin, that's why you're the best in the business. You just taught me something that I'd never heard before. Long toss with a changeup, which makes total sense. And you're talking to someone that never could ever come up with a decent changeup. And it makes total sense to me that if you do it that way, you'll really get not only the arm speed, but the feel for throwing it where it becomes natural, just like holding baseball when you play catch any other time. Great stuff. Well, the changeup grip, you can see, though, his is a little different. It's a power change. Why? You can see the space in between the ball and his fingers. Most pitchers will bury it back in the palm of their hand. He does not. Holds it on his fingertips.
Drilled down the right field line by Rollins, right toward the pole, but foul. Well, by far the best any Philly has made contact today. Rollins was the only Philly who's hit the ball out of the infield. Flied out to center his first time up. And now yanking one foul. DeGrom ahead 1-2. He throws that changeup and it's fouled off.
You know, the good thing about it, there's two different ways. If you bury it in the palm of your hand, what you're really looking for is the change in velocity. If you have it on your fingertips, you want the change in velocity, but you also want to turn that ball over to get the movement. So you get two things in one. That's what DeGrom does.
And isn't that what Santana did too?
One of the, the best maybe ever.
One, two. Popped up. Right. Tejada into foul ground. It's right. 2 out.
Now, when you see that play and you see David Wright pretty much has it, why does Tejada trail him? Well, Tejada's job is when I'm not going to catch it, I stay next to David and say, plenty of room, plenty of room, plenty of room, to let him know that he doesn't have to worry about the stands on the pop-up. It gives a lot of ease to infielders when they're going up against the stands.
There was a pop-up into shallow left field spelled the end of Tejada's season last year.
That's right. I forgot.
Here's Chase Utley with 2 out and nobody on. 11 up and 11 down for DeGrom. Utley struck out his first time up. And fastball strike. DeGrom just seems to have an ease and a knowledge well beyond his pitching experience. Just the way he mixed in his curveball second time around the batting order here in the 4th inning.
He's a bit older, right?
He's 25, almost 26.
Yeah, which the fans, that's a big difference. Even though he doesn't have the pitching years as much as a lot of these other pitchers, 2 years is huge as far as maturity.
He'll turn 26 in about 3 weeks. And Florida, that's where Stetson's located, so he played college ball in his hometown. He's ahead on Utley, 1-2. And the curveball line over Murphy. And the Phillies have their first base hit of the game. So after DeGrom retired the first 11, Utley the first to reach safely.
Remember in the first game, Wheeler retired Utley a couple of times on that backdoor slider. That one wasn't as tight from DeGrom, and Utley, as good as he is, deposits it in right field.
So the Phillies have a 2-out base runner. Now Ryan Howard, who struck out on 3 pitches his first time.
I like how he keeps his front side closed. That, to me, is one of his strengths. Hides the baseball that way. And that classic Utley short stroke.
That's with the full shift on against Howard, who flails at the changeup.
So now he's thrown sliders, first pitch, first strike. Changeup, first pitch, first strike. Well-placed fastball, first strike. So if the hitter can't sit on anything.
Ryan Howard in this series 0 for 12 with 7 strikeouts.
Guys, one more thought on DeGrom. You know, odds are he wouldn't have been scouted as a shortstop before he got converted to a pitcher. I said, you know, if that move never happened, what would you have done, you know, when you get out of college? He said, I have no idea. Didn't even think about it.
Shallow right. It'll be Abreu's ball, and that retires the side. Well, you know what John Lennon said. Life's what happens when you're busy making other plans. Infinity luxury cars that deliver inspired performance.
It's one of the underrated cities, isn't it? Betsy Ross's house.
She do some sewing there.
You really can feel like you're back in the 1700s on some of these streets.
Well, the entire historic district here in Philadelphia is a fascinating place to be. Independence Hall and visit the Liberty Bell and
the Ben Franklin Post Office, the printing press, all that stuff.
Chris Young 1 for 2. He singled and scored in the first, popped up in the second against Kyle Kendrick. Young, a late addition to the lineup today, just moments before the game. Juan Lagares had to be scratched. Juan had a spasm in his rib cage last night. Heard it a little bit more in the cage before the game today, and so Lagares was scratched and Young was inserted. Which is probably the best thing that could have happened to Chris after the way the game ended last night.
To go right back in there, right?
We've received no word on, whether they think this is just a one-day thing or a three-day thing or what it might be for Lagares. Hold down to third, and Brignac handles it. Young retired one away. The fact that they're calling it a spasm rather than a strain is probably a good thing.
Well, it's vernacular, but it's nice to hear that. You're right. Spasm is something that can go away in a day or two. So maybe young Lagares gets a couple of days off. Chris Young plays, and he comes back against the Cubs.
The funny thing about it is probably the ballpark where you can best afford to be without your best center fielder is Wrigley Field, because there's so little room to cover in center.
The only problem, though, is that you need a center fielder who's fearless, because you have to deal with those brick walls.
You don't want him to be too fearless, though.
I mean, yeah. I mean, fans see the ivy, players see the brick.
Yeah, well, let's see. The weather's been so cold, but I would think by now the ivy's pretty lush.
Yeah.
Late May, early June.
Well, it was warm in the Midwest about 2 weeks ago for a week stretch, and that'll make it grow in.
Don't think it's going to be warm when we're there. It's not warm anywhere.
What is going on?
Here's the 1-1 to Murphy. Towards shortstop. Rollins on the backhand. The overhand throw just in time to get Murphy for the second out. We had some warm days in Arizona, some warm days in Miami, and maybe one warm day in New York. That's about it.
I mean, how we know it, folks, at home, is that we have our polos that we wear once it becomes 90 degrees or so, 85 or over. And you guys wore some polos in Florida and Arizona, but that was it.
We've worn it once at home.
Once at home. You and Keith. And Ivan.
On Memorial Day.
Yeah.
That was it.
I'm running out of ties, by the way.
We'll have to go shopping.
Okay.
Here's David Wright, who's 0 for 2.
Oh.
Kendrick leans him back.
Wasn't trying to throw up and in. The glove was on the outside corner, just ran up and in on David.
So you're saying this isn't a Boston-Tampa Bay situation?
It's not a David Price situation.
I have never seen happen before what happened to the Red Sox last night. First, John Farrell gets ejected because David Price hits David Ortiz and nothing happens. Both benches get warned, and that's what upset Farrell, so his team couldn't retaliate. Then Brian Butterfield takes over the team.
Torey Lovullo first.
Torey Lovullo first, right. And then he gets ejected. So Brian Butterfield takes over the team. And later he gets ejected. And so the Red Sox wind up on their fourth manager of the game, Greg Colbrin, the hitting coach, before it's all over.
Well, Lovullo got thrown out because Price hit a second hitter, Mike Carp. So after the dust had settled and they had thrown out everyone they had to throw out, Price was still on the mound ready to throw. And Lovullo came out and said, wait a minute, you didn't throw out David Price? They said no. But then he threw his hat down and he got thrown out.
So, and then So then Butterfield took over, and the Boston pitcher, Brandon Workman, threw a pitch behind Evan Longoria. And so Workman was immediately ejected, and by rule, they had to also eject the acting manager, Butterfield, and that's how they ended up with their fourth manager of the game. Oh, by the way, Boston won the game.
On a A.J. Brzezinski triple.
Yeah. When two outfielders collided.
Yes, of course.
That's the only way he gets a triple. But that means Greg Colbert's 1-0.
There you go.
David gets tied in a knot, and he went around for strike 3. 4 strikeouts for Kendrick. Mets are out 1-2-3 in the 5th. Halfway through in Philadelphia, Mets 3, Phillies nothing. Your fan photo using hashtag #PixFanPhoto, brought to you by AT&T. Here's a suggestion. You want your photo to get on babies.
Yeah.
We're big on babies. That is Eric Langell, who is one of the Mets bullpen catchers, making his way out to the bullpen with a box of balls. Now, what's that all about?
I don't get it. You only need two at any time, right? Two guys warming up, but I guess bringing some extra pellets.
Maybe like to get some sign.
You guys probably weren't able to see it because he had his sunglasses on and he had his hat on, but you can see the back there. He's got a fully shaved head because Eric is from Montreal and his team lost to the Rangers, and I think he made it with Harvey. So if it wasn't Eric, it was going to be Matt Harvey with a shaved head.
Well, shaved head today for Eric Langell. Much worse yesterday when first he had to shave his head into a mohawk.
Mohawk first.
And then they took most of the mohawk away and he was left with just a little Ed Grimley tuft at the top. Way worse than the shaved head.
Like the King of Siam? Or?
Yes, very much like that. Marlon Byrd takes the breaking ball in the dirt, and it's 1-2. So Eric on the short end along with his Canadiens.
I will tell you that bullpen catchers, you know, they're just so invaluable to the team. I mean, catching guys all the time. They're carrying equipment. They're doing all those small jobs that not everyone wants to do.
Curveball struck him out. DeGrom gets Bird. Number 7 for Jacob DeGrom. He's had it all.
Slider down. Now Marlin has become a very good breaking ball hitter, but you can use it against him. Just don't throw it for a strike. What DeGrom did right there.
Guys, you're talking about Eric Langell. We spent time on Dave Raccanello the other day and the cheesesteak record here in Philadelphia. Eric made a point to bring Rack over to me yesterday and said, tell him who's got the record. Apparently, Rack's 14 is an old record, and Lange has the 17 cheesesteaks in 3-day record. Also, he pointed out it's not just an all-day thing. You can only start eating the cheesesteaks after 1:30 when the bus gets here, and of course you've got BP, you've got meetings. So, and when the bus leaves to go back to the hotel, the competition's over. So it's a pretty worthy feat, I think.
Now, Kevin, have you looked into the standard that is being set for the 5-day, 5-game series with the cheesesteaks?
You know, Gary, I'm going to add it to the notebook. I haven't yet. If there even is a standard yet.
This is a unique situation.
It must be a custom when Eric goes out there to hugs and handshakes all around to his brethren in the pen.
2-1 to Brown. And that's off the plate, a changeup, 3-1. DeGrom has not walked a batter. He's struck out 7, which is already his career high. He had as many as 6. But the no walks is a big piece for DeGrom, who had 10 walks in 3 starts coming in. Now behind 3-1, and it's first walk of the day. So Brown is scored with 1 out. And Will Nieves coming up. Nieves, the well-traveled backup, was in Arizona last year.
Well, with Henry Blanco retired as a coach now in Arizona, Nieves is really the guy that fills that role.
So you call him the dean of the backup catchers?
Yes. Brad Ausmus gave it to Henry Blanco. Henry Blanco's given it to Will Nieves.
Nieves, 36 years old, with his 7th different big league team. Except that the one thing that Blanco had on his resume that Nieves does not. Blanco had time with a Met.
That's right.
Nieves has not yet had that.
Just give him time. Just give him time.
I don't know. With the catching core that the Mets are putting together, it might be hard to break in. I mean, Recker could be that guy in a few years.
Yeah, he could. Absolutely. Because, I mean, he can, you know, we've been threatened with his pitching capabilities. So
always good to have, you know, a little side talent. Brown at first and 1 out. 1-1 to Nieves. And he pounds one foul. DeGrom tried to run that ball in on him. 1-2.
Good pitch there by DeGrom. I think that he's gotten to a point, Gary, where he's got so great command of his breaking pitches. He's gone away from his fastball. He needs to make sure he throws that enough to get them off the speed of his breaking pitches. He's got a good fastball today.
Let's see how his career has gone. At his best so far in the big leagues. 1-2. Breaking ball struck him out. Number 8 for Jacob DeGrom.
So not only is he striking out left-handers with that changeup, he's also can do it to the right-handers. That's a special talent. Again, that 3/4 release, it just floats in there and the bottom drops out.
So 2 out. Brown still at first, and here's Reed Brignac, who struck out his first time up.
Oh, is he all right? Maybe he just finished a little different. It looked like he hurt his back or his side there when you let go of that pitch. Someone's going to go out there.
Dan Worthington coming up the steps.
Someone's got to go out there. He pulled something. I don't know if his side, his back.
And that's finally gotten everybody's attention.
Yeah, see him reach with his glove to his side.
Dan Worth and Terry Collins, Ray Ramirez all out to make sure Jacob is okay.
He said he's fine, and when you're a young pitcher, you're always going to say you're fine, but I don't think he's fine.
When you see him raising his arms up, trying to stretch out whatever that is, whether it's a back or an oblique.
He knows he's got a responsibility today to pitch as deep as he can, but they're going to let him be.
He's convinced them.
Okay.
And now Murph coming over and saying, don't be a hero.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it is a responsibility. There's no question. I mean, the Mets burned out their bullpen last night in a 14-inning game. They added a reliever today in Buddy Carlisle, but half their bullpen's not available today. So DeGrom will continue on. 1-0 to Brignac with Brown at first and 2 out. 3-0 New York, 5th inning.
Still tweaking it. You can see, like, kind of moving and trying to get comfortable.
Well, just the fact that he left that changeup as high as he did
means he's not letting it go.
Right, he's having trouble finishing.
Well, this is the fastball, and that looks like the same motion we saw before.
Two and 1 to Brignac. Brown runs. Recker's throw is a good one, and Brown is safe. He got around the tag by Tejada. Doug Eddings right on top of the play. Terry Collins is going to come out. Recker made a good throw, but Brown with the elusive slide.
Well, the way replay works now, when you catch the ball and someone's sliding in, you've got to throw your whole body in front. Just don't style with the tag. He's out anyway. It doesn't matter.
He got him on the chest.
Got him on the chest. No hands on the bag. Doesn't get the right hand until later. And this will be overturned. Not even close, by the way.
I would imagine that Tejada's body shielded Eddings from being able to see the glove hit the chest.
I think you're right.
But
Caesar Augustus,
that he should have been out.
And we've seen that before. It's kind of that swim technique. Show him the left side, bring the right side in later.
And all the players are watching the replay up on the board. The umpires have not yet made a decision, but the Mets are all running off the field.
Exactly.
They've seen the replay. They know it's going to be overturned, and they're all running off the field, which technically they're not supposed to do. It's very funny.
DeGrom's the only one. He's the one that, what do I do?
Play under review brought to you by the 2014 Mazda 3 with seamless connectivity. It's very, very funny. And now the umpires confirm that it is an out call. So Mets win the challenge. The call is overturned properly, and the Mets already knew that. They were in the dugout. Baseball 2014. The technological age. Umpires are on the headsets. Players are watching the replay. It all works. For the Mets, Jacob deGrom pitching a wonderful first 5 innings, seemed to survive a little tweak, and the Mets got an overturned call to end the bottom of the 5th. Mets jumped on Kyle Kendrick for a couple of runs in the first, and even have gotten a home run out of Ruben Tejada.
That's right.
So it's been a big day for the Mets so far, coming back from their 14-inning loss last night.
Let's go back to that. That was hilarious that the Mets just said, you know what, you guys decide whatever you want to decide over there in headset. We just saw the plays out.
Well, what's nice is that part of the way the replay rule was written is that they allow teams to show the replays on their video screens in the ballpark so that everybody in the stands can see what the folks are seeing at home. That has not always been the case on close plays. And so while they showed the replay for the 30,000 people in the ballpark, as Granderson drills one to right, and Bird makes another fine catch. Boy, that ball had a lot of topspin on it, and Bird able to make a very good play.
As he's gotten older, he's gotten better as an outfielder. I can't tell you how difficult this play was. Like you said, Gary, all that topspin, but it's the decision making. Do I go catch it, or do I come back on it and let it bounce in for a single? And he made the aggressive play.
So Granderson retired, and now Abreu, who's hit the ball hard twice, singled in a run in the first, hit one to the fence and left that was caught. Anyway, so they show the replay for everybody in the stands. It's big high-def screen up in left field, and every Met on the field is standing there watching it, and frankly, so was Dominic Brown, who had been called safe. And as soon as they saw the replay on the board, they just started running off the field.
Well, the Mets ran off the field. DeGrom didn't know what to do. Dominic Brown started walking out the left field.
He knew.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, the umpires are still on their 20th century headsets. With the little gym bag. That's, obviously it's the first year of replay, and they put it in place with certain guidelines and parameters, certain equipment, same in every ballpark. One area where they could certainly upgrade next year, because replay is going to be around forever.
Yes.
Is they can get with the technology of the moment. As Abreu has himself another hit. Over toward the gap goes Brown to cut it off. Abreu's going to try for two. Brown's throw on a hop, and Abreu gets in safely. Hustled by Bobby Abreu to get 2 bases. Well, the stolen base last night, an extra base today.
Dominic Brown was playing Abreu right on the line, so that opened up that left center field slot. And by the time Brown got to it and came up throwing, took a long time to get rid of that baseball. The throw a little offline. Nice try by Utley on trying to get the tag like behind his back, but better hustle by Abreu. Slide to the inside part of the bag.
It's a good guess by Utley as to where to tag, because he had no idea where Abreu was. So he's in scoring position with 1 out for Judah, who's 1 for 2. Had an RBI double back in the first.
Utley just backhands it and shoves it over there just in case. Well, Bobby Abreu, for a big man, has always had the same kind of gait. He has the short little choppy steps. But once he made that turn, smart play by Abreu to take the chance.
They're going to walk Duda intentionally now, behind in the count 2-0. So they'll fill the empty base and bring up the right-hand hitter Recker. There's ball 4. First walk of the day issued by Kendrick.
Surprised it took any pitches at all to do to not to do that right away. Recker's a double play threat. He struck out twice already.
So now Abreu at second, Duda at first with 1 out. It's already up 3-0 in the 6th. Recker at the plate and the slugging Ruben Tejada on deck. Kendrick's a ground ball pitcher. And looking for the ground ball here from Recker, although he's not had his normal share of ground balls today. Only 4 of them if you include a sacrifice bunt among his 16 outs. How many versions of that movie have there been?
I don't know. I did see that version. It was pretty funny.
Launched Johnny Depp's career, didn't it?
That's right. And others.
2-0 to Recker. Masahiro Tanaka got his 8th win today. Yankees survived a late rain delay, scored 2 in the 8th, and beat the Twins 3-1.
What's he got? 1 loss?
8-1.
Very beautiful.
1 loss in the last, 24 months.
He was fun to watch. The game he pitched against the Mets.
He's become so vital to that team. The rest of their rotation is just a wreck. Kendrick behind 2-0. And Recker with his home run cut, 2-1. In St. Louis today, Oscar Taveras, first day in the major leagues, home run. Cardinals 1, Giants 0. They're in a rain delay again in the 7th inning, their second rain delay.
Springer, Taveras, these guys come up, no fear.
Well, it's that time of year where end of May and moving into June, where teams can bring up players with more confidence that they'll avoid a year of arbitration, the Super 2 deadline. And so this is a time of year when some of the major prospects get called up. 3-1 to Recker, and he fouls back the fastball.
Well, Kendrick's pitches as he's gotten deeper into this game have risen in the strike zone. When Kendrick's at his best, Gary, he doesn't throw much over the knees or above the knees. But today he's had a lot of balls in the middle of the plate.
Well, he's about to throw his 95th pitch with 1 out in the 6th, and you have to figure that Ryan Sandberg's going to push him, much as the Mets are going to have to push DeGrom today, with both bullpens having been so heavily used last night. 3-2 with one out. And Recker golfs one to right. Over comes Bird. He's catching everything. That one too. 2 out. Not as tough a play for Bird, but still a good one. So 2 out and 2 on for Tejada, who broke a long home run drought his last time up.
Hanging curveball, drops the head on it, and then works on his home run trot.
566 at bats since his last home run. Play of the game brought to you by the 2014 Mazda 3 with seamless connectivity. Well, the home run was kind of a culmination of what's gone on for Ruben over the last 10 days. 8 hits in his last 17 at bats. Now's when you have to watch, because we've seen before with Ruben, when he hits a home run, sometimes trouble follows.
Well, middle of the field should be his only thought. That was an aberration, great aberration, but an aberration still. Fanatic is always the biggest hit here.
When you take the picture, does he show up? Down the right field side. Bird over toward that side wall, but he'll run out of room.
I was thinking, for young kids throughout the world, they got to a certain age. Santa Claus is real to a certain age. For Philly younger fans, Fanatic's got to be real, right? You don't know that it's a. Oh, I'm sorry. You've always thought the Fanatic is real.
I see him.
Okay.
He moves. He comes in the booth sometimes to say hello. Put a hot dog on my head one time.
Oh, scary when he comes in the booth.
Well, we don't have that much room for him. It wasn't built with him in mind. Pulled foul. 1-2 to Tejada.
Nice swing on the breaking ball by Ruben. Just a little quick.
Now, the guys who have performed as the Fanatic over the years have been so talented.
Yeah.
It started with Dave Raymond. And it has become a great legacy.
Is it Dave from Delaware? Or?
He's the son of Tubby Raymond, the former Delaware football coach. '99th pitch of the afternoon coming up for Kendrick with 2 out and 2 on in the 6th. And Tejada takes it a little bit high. 2-2. Jacob deGrom would be next. He doesn't have a hit yet today. The only Met pitcher in history to have a hit in his first 3 games. Last night doesn't count, right?
No. Pinch hitting appearance. Talking about his starts.
Kendrick really slowing down the pace. Trying to get it right with his catcher, Nieves. Two on, 2 out, 2-2 to Tejada. And it's too high, 3-2. And that will require a conversation.
Well, I think because it's such a big pitch, it scores 3-0, still within sight for the Philadelphia Phillies. The runners are going to be running. That's one issue. And he wants to make sure that he knows what fingers to put down, what pitch that Kendrick wants to throw.
You're quite charitable. So now Abreu and Duda get set to go. 3-2 from Kendrick. And Tejada hits one through the hole, a base hit. Abreu with the automatic start will try to score. Brown's throw is not a good one. Abreu scores, throw to second. Tejada slides in safely. 4-0 New York. Tejada with his 3rd hit of the day, his 2nd RBI. He is having himself an afternoon. And Abreu trucking home from second base with that run.
Boy, a lot going right here for Ruben Tejada and the Mets. Not only does he get a little breaking ball in the middle of the plate that he pulls in the hole, but the runner's running. I don't think that Abreu scores on this if it's not a 3-2 count and he's going. Dominic Brown with a pretty good throw. Lucas Duda takes the base, and so does Tejada, going from first to second base and now getting in scoring position.
Slide by Tejada so that they couldn't even think about putting down a tag. That's the Mets' 5th 2-strike hit of this game, and 3 of the 5 have driven in runs. Now 2 in scoring position for DeGrom, who's 0 for 1 in a sacrifice, and the curveball sits high.
First pitch curveball to the pitcher. That's Tejada. Nice hustle. Comes out and just identifying where the ball's going to be. Once he sees it go through, taking the extra base.
DeGrom flies one foul. That should make it to the seats. And out of play. 1-1. Not a hint of activity in the Philadelphia bullpen. This is one that Kendrick's just going to have to eat, no matter how bad this inning gets.
So El Duque, Orlando Hernandez, pitched in this ballpark, gave up 11 runs one game because the Mets needed him to. Not give up 11, but pitch that deep into the game.
DeGrom looking for his first big league RBIs. Good swing at that. 1-2. Chris Young would be next. Duda at third, Tejada at second with 2 out. A run home here in the 6th. A good stop by Nieves to keep Duda at third.
What a stop. That ball bounced before the plate. Nieves just kind of hurled his body over there and made a play.
He's got his shoulder on it. Could have easily bounced over his shoulder. Two and 2 now to DeGrom. Ball 3. We're pitching him like he's a hitter.
It's official, Gary. If DeGrom gets a hit here, I'm tabbing him. He's had the best start by a Mets starting pitcher ever in the history of the franchise.
Between the mound and
I don't care about Elias. I don't care about any of the numbers. It's hail to the Chief.
3-2. He walked him, and the bases are loaded. And now they're learning to boo again in Philly. Second walk of the inning. Mario Hollins, who has pitched in each of the first 2 games of this series, on call again in that Philadelphia bullpen. 107 pitches now for Kendrick, but he's going to be asked to do more and face Chris Young with the bases loaded.
It's interesting how all the players come in. I honestly didn't always like all the players being around when you're sometimes being chided by the pitching coach for walking the pitcher.
Saying you'd rather it be a one-on-one.
It's like getting yelled at by your father in front of your brothers. I mean, let's do it in private. Come on.
Well, a chance for Chris Young to do some major damage. Duda at third. Tejada at second. DeGrom at first. Mets up 4-0 in the 6th. Young, a late addition to the lineup today, has gone 1 for 3, singled and scored back in the 1st. And Young takes a curveball for a strike. Kendrick's thrown as many as 115 pitches in a game this year. That was against Miami back in April.
Kendrick keeps telling Nieves to quicken up on these signs. It's just taking them so long in between pitches to get to the right pitch. I'm not saying it's Nieve's fault. It's just taking them a long time to get to the pitch.
Ball and a strike to Young. Daniel Murphy would be next. One from Kendrick. And it's on the outside corner. A good looking cutter from Kendrick. 1-2.
That's the best one he's thrown all game here, and it's 2 hours into the game.
Is that all? Halfway done. 1-2 to Chris Young. He wouldn't chase that one. 2-2. Bases loaded has not been the Mets' best situation. 0 for their last 13 and 6 for their last 48.
The last 2 times they've gotten a run in with the bases loaded, Darno hit into a double play, and Granderson walked.
Chris Young with 2 grand slams in his career. The last one was 3 years ago. He should settle for a single, though, here to break this game open. 2-2 coming. Ball 3. Well, that will set the merry-go-round in motion. Dude at third, Tejada at second, DeGrom at first. Will all be running.
Three 3-2 slider here. Fastball away.
And Young goes down on the high fastball to end the inning. 5 strikeouts for Kendrick. The Mets add a run on Tejada's hit. But Kendrick manages to keep the Phillies in the game by striking out Young with the bases full. 4-0 Mets in the 6th. On the Padres, that's 4 p.m. Saturday, June 14th. Mets versus Padres on New York's Pix 11. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. Jacob deGrom working on a one-hitter. It appears to be okay after a little tweak in the last inning. He batted, he ran the bases, and now back out to the mound.
It'd be interesting to find out what happened, whether he just had a little, we talked about Lagares' spasm. He had one of those, or just felt a little uncomfortable there for a short time.
Reed Brignac will lead off for the Phillies in the home 6th inning. Phillies have had just 2 base runners. Utley singled in the 4th. Brown walked in the 5th, but he was caught stealing. Brignac struck out his first time up and takes curveball for a strike. Tony Gwynn Jr. is out on deck to be a pinch hitter. And then behind him, Ben Revere. So 3 left-handed bats against DeGrom here in the 6th. His pitch count exactly where he would like it. Now, before the game, due to the fact that DeGrom threw 122 pitches his last time out against the Pirates, Terry said that the most he would allow him to throw today is 110.
What was interesting about that, I think you asked the question, how many pitches would he have? And before you got the question finished, 110 came right back at you. So Terry had put a lot of thought into it.
Now look how rare it is for a pitcher to have that many pitches in his first 3 starts. In the last dozen years, it's only happened 2 other times.
That's amazing.
In his first 3 big league starts. He strikes out Brignac. That is strikeout number 9 for DeGrom.
Breaking ball to start him off, little change up to get him off it, fastball up and by him. I mean, it's beautiful to watch.
It's funny, isn't it? Mets have had several pitchers come to the big leagues with much greater hype than Jacob DeGrom, but nobody's looked this good this early. Not even Matt Harvey, if you think about his first 3 or 4 starts. I mean, he was awfully good, but not this dominant. There's Gwynn, and he takes a strike.
Well, remember, he was electric in his first start. In the second start, remember, he threw a lot of changeups, and he wasn't as electric.
Right, that one in San Francisco.
Yeah.
I think nobody's had a more impressive first start than Matt did. The one in Arizona. I mean, he just blew people away.
Well, what the fight is between the pitcher and the batter is each trying to dictate their will on the other. Pitcher's trying to dictate his will on the hitter, control the at bat, and the hitter's trying to do the same. You know, by taking pitches, running the count, all of those things. But what DeGrom's doing, it's usually saved for more evolved older pitchers. He's dictating the speed of the swing by the Phillies. By the different speeds on his changeup and slider, he's getting them into slow mode with that swing and then throwing the ball right by when they need that speed of the bat.
Is that intuitive? Or is that something he's learned?
I think a little bit is intuitive because you can tell that he's doing it on purpose by pitching with his fastball with 2 strikes. But I think also some of it is, you know, they haven't seen him yet. You know, so that's that part of it.
So that's always the caveat. What happens the second time around? He's ahead on Gwynn 1-2.
How you judge young pitchers, Gary, is you love what you see here, but they're going to get dusted. And when they get dusted, that next start, how do they look? That's the first test in evaluating these young pitchers.
Strike 3 called. Strikeout number 10 for Jacob DeGrom.
You know, the theme, I was talking about it before about this crew of umpires. They love to call the low strike from Doug Eddings to first day to Corey Blazer the second, and now to Marvin Hudson the third. They are calling that pitch. They've called it all series long, and the hitters haven't adjusted.
So the first double-digit strikeout game of Jacob DeGrom's career. So Rafael Montero have a 10 strikeout performance. His start previous to last night, and now DeGrom joins the club. Here's Revere, who struck out and grounded out 0 for 2. Third time around the batting order now for the Phillies. Well, this has been exactly what the Mets needed today from their starting pitcher. Complete dominance. Try and take the bullpen out of the equation as much as he possibly can. Now the question is, how deep into this game can he go? Revere grounds one down to Duda, stays with it, side retired. 1, 2, 3 go the Phillies in the bottom of the 6th. On to the 7th, 4-0 New York. Grover Cleveland Alexander, portrayed by Ronald Reagan in the movies.
That's right.
The greats with the Phillies.
Well, he was born in the first term of President Grover Cleveland. That's how he got his name. Old Pete was his nickname. Grom's got a ways to go. He only had 28 wins in his rookie season.
Well, Grover Cleveland Alexander won 373 games in his career. Started out with the Phillies, pitched his first 6 years for them, then went to the Cubs and the Cardinals.
What a name, huh? Grover Cleveland Alexander.
And it was as an old man in 1928 that he pitched for the Cardinals in the World Series. 41 years old.
Hollins has been unbelievable against the Mets. You can see his numbers. It's the first time I think I've seen him behind a hitter. Behind the Mets hitter.
Well, he's worked in every game of this series so far, and he walks Murphy on 4 pitches to start today's assignment. Now, this is what both managers wanted to avoid. They wanted to avoid having to run multiple relievers out there today. Ryan Sandberg used everybody in his bullpen with the exception of Jeff Manship. It was a little worse for the Mets bullpen because the starter Montero got knocked out in the 4th. The Phillies at least got 7 innings out of their starter A.J. Burnett last night. So now David Wright is 0 for 3 today, just 1 for 14 in this series. And Hollins finally throws a strike. Well, that's what the Mets had to do out of the bullpen last night. Look at Black, 2 innings. Torres, 2 2/3. Familia got 5 outs. Agent got 4 outs.
No earned runs and you still lose. Well, Dice K, that was an earned run. That ground ball between his legs. That's right.
That was the last run.
Yep.
Before the 14th inning. Curtis Granderson on deck. And David whacks one into right field for a base hit. Murphy will turn second and go on to third. And the Mets have runners at the corners with nobody out. Well, David snaps an 0 for 13 skid with that opposite field single.
It's almost, to me, when David is in a cold streak, he goes home. And what's home mean? Go to right field. Get his base hit. Get out of that slump. And Murph, first to third.
Well, Wright was able to hit a ball to right field that Marlon Byrd couldn't catch. That's been a rarity.
That's right.
Granderson was also robbed by Byrd his last time on. In fact, he's had 2 fine plays made on him today, both Byrd and Utley. And so Granderson's 0 for 3 today, and now 0 for his last 22. And the Phillies are going to bring their infield in. Already down 4-0 in this game. Can't afford to concede a run to get a double play. So they come up. First and third and nobody out. And Granderson takes it wide. Well, you got a young pitcher in Hollins, not all that much experience in the big leagues, and now being asked to pitch a 3rd day in a row.
Yeah, well, I think that's the more of the issue. He has been so good. I just think that, you know, when you're a young pitcher, if they ask you, can you go, very rarely say no. You know, and that's the hard thing for a young pitcher. You know, you're not feeling 100%, but you feel like this is your chance.
1-1 to Granderson. And that one bounces away from Nieves. Here comes Murphy from third. The throw, and Murphy is out. Doesn't even slide. Well, I don't know if Murphy got fooled by the bounce off the backstop, but that was way too easy a play at the plate for the first out of the inning.
Well, it's a slider in the dirt. Nieves does a good try, but it deflects off his glove. By that time, Murph waited too long. Watch how long he waits. Should I? By the time he decides that, if you have to have 2 stutter steps, that should tell you should not come. Especially with no outs.
I don't understand why he didn't slide, though.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no reason not to slide.
Well, you slide because you go into that glove, you might knock the ball free.
Especially with the pitcher covering the plate. I think, again, we've talked about this for months now. There's so much confusion on the part of base runners about what you're allowed to do and what you're not allowed to do that sometimes they do nothing. And that was the case there.
Yeah, that, Gary, and I think that by the reaction of Murph, and I could be wrong, I think because of what has happened in the past few weeks of being thrown out on the bases, I think he was almost a little embarrassed that he made an out at home with no outs. That's what it felt like to me. And I can't believe I did this again.
Wright went to second on the play. I don't think you scored on a wild pitch because an out was made. We'll check on that. Just a fielder's choice. 2-2 to Granderson as the shadows start to become an issue. It's been cloudy for a good portion of the afternoon, but just at the wrong time the sun has come out and cast shadows right over home plate. And as we say that, the sun dips beyond the clouds again. Better for the hitter. Breaking ball away. Bobby Abreu waiting on deck. 3-2 to Granderson. And a look back at Wright at second.
We've seen that from Adams in last night's game. That is a common go-to for the Phillies pitchers with a runner on second.
If you never cover the bag, then here's ball 4. Granderson might set a major league record all by himself today. If he doesn't get a hit, it's now the 8th straight game he's had a walk and no hits, which has never been done in major league history. He might get another turn at bat. We'll see if he can break that streak in a positive way. We have confirmed no wild pitch because there was a runner thrown out of the play. Much as if you have a caught stealing, another runner doesn't get credit for a stolen base. Quirky rule. So now 2 on and 1 out. Abreu the batter. Another big day for Bobby at the plate. Single, double, RBI, run scored. Talking about who's hot, brought to you by JetBlue. You above all. Well, he has been raging hot and now has established himself as a firmament in the Mets lineup against all odds. Came here as the 5th or maybe 6th outfielder, and now he's playing almost every day. Slashes one foul. He won't play tomorrow because the Phillies are starting Cole Hamels. And as Terry Collins was talking about this morning, there are diminishing returns in playing a 40-year-old guy every day.
Yeah. Abreu late on that fastball.
Well, we've already seen one youngster get hit by a foul ball today when Murphy's at bat early. I think everybody got out of the way that time.
For one of the best hitters of his generation, kind of bails on the left-handed pitcher, but he bails with the bottom half of his body, but the top half of his body kind of stays in check, gives himself a chance. Watch that front foot.
If it's in the strike zone, he can usually reach it.
Yeah.
And he's so good at not swinging if it's out of the strike zone. That's what's made him as good a player as he's been. Career on base percentage approaching 400. Well, Jeff Manship, the only relief pitcher on either team not used in this series, is up in the Phillies bullpen. And Abreu lays off the slider, stopped it in time. 2-2.
This is what the third base umpire sees, and he sees that end of the bat still in front of the big part of the bat. That's why he called no swing.
Wright and Granderson, the base runners, with 1 out. 2-2 from Hollins, and Abreu slashes that one foul. Hollins just does not look like the same guy that we saw the last 2 nights.
Every pitcher on both teams have been extended in this series, and 2 more games to go, Gary.
Well, and the Mets are in a stretch where they're playing 20 straight days, so there's just no chance to recoup. There's ball 3, and that's kind of the vicious circle you get into when you're this kind of a stretch, that you want your starters to go deeper into the game to save the bullpen, but then the starters aren't conditioned to go as deep, and you have to run those relief pitchers out there and end up sending out multiple guys every day.
Left-handed reliever on the mound, left-handed hitter due to up, struggling against lefties. Can you run the runners with Abreu? They had such great back control. They don't.
Strike 3 called. Abreu thought he might have ball 4, but he gets rung up by Marvin Hudson for the 2nd out.
No argument from Abreu. I think that was a perfect pitch, knees and on the outside corner by Hollins. Let's take a look. Yeah, that's a good pitch. Can't make a better pitch on 3-2.
Well, that's the first batter that Hollins has retired, but now he has 2 out of the inning and a chance to get through it as he faces Duda as the sun comes out again to create the sun into shadow situation. Duda has doubled in a run and walked, 1 for 2 on the day.
Sun out again. Shadows back. Yeah, Hollins' arm angle is dropped today, and I wonder if that's from overuse. His slider is not as sharp as it's been in the first 2 ball games.
Sun keeps darting in and out from behind the clouds. Most big league hitters would not endorse the Ramones line. Sun is out and I want some. It's a pitcher's song.
Nevy's coming back out.
Utley took a step in. I think he wanted to know what the signs were.
This is something that's going to have to be looked into. We're thinking about things to speed up the game. You got a couple catchers, and including maybe the best in all of baseball, and Yadier Molina, who makes several tracks out to the mound. It's going to have to be stopped. It's going to have to be, once an inning, twice an inning, whatever. Once a pitcher, I don't know.
Grounded down to third. Brignac goes to put a tag on right, and that retires the side. So somehow Hollins is able to get through that inning without the Mets scoring. That takes us to the 7th inning stretch in Philly with the Mets up 4-0. Bank Park is brought to you by Honda. Start something special with a great deal on a Honda now at your Honda dealer. 37,000 plus on hand on a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Here's Center City, Philadelphia, out beyond center field. They turned the ballpark just correctly here.
Yeah.
Normally the sun sets directly behind home plate, so you face the ballpark east. Here they face it north, so the sun sets more behind third base. Because they wanted to get downtown into the vista. Jimmy Rollins leads off against Jacob deGrom in the home 7th. deGrom has already struck out 10. He's allowed 1 hit and 1 walk in a magnificent first 6 innings. Rollins, the only starting position player for the Phillies who hasn't struck out, and now he has their 2nd hit. So a leadoff single for Rollins. First time all day the Phillies have had the leadoff man on. Mets have allowed the Phillies to stay within striking range by bypassing several opportunities to tack on.
It's just right off the end of the bat, the little slider from deGrom.
So now you got Utley and Howard coming up, and there's some stirring around in the Mets bullpen. Ideally, the Mets would love to get at least 7 out of deGrom, but they also need to win this game. So that's the balance that Terry Collins has to strike today. See Josh Edgen getting the jacket off. So is Daisuke Matsuzaka. So those will be the first 2 guys on call for the Mets.
Daisuke might even throw a ball at some point soon.
Takes him a little while to get ready to get ready. Utley has the other Philadelphia hit. He singled in the 4th inning after DeGrom had retired the first 11 batters. But this is a pitcher's time of day. How do you best take advantage of that when you've got sun to shadow?
Well, one, don't get behind. And I think that you give the hitters too much credit here. Just go right after him. Good fastball. He hasn't used it as much in the middle innings. Go back to it.
No reason to worry about Rollins with a 4-run lead.
Just hard to react quick enough on the fastball. I always found that when I pitched in the shadows, Dan Worthen coming out, maybe give the relievers a little more time to loosen up. I always found that you pitch in these kind of shadows, use your fastball, Gary, up in the strike zone, you get a lot of pop-ups, get a lot of fly balls. Guys can't catch up to it.
You saw DeGrom pawing at the mound after throwing that first pitch to Utley, so it just looks a little bit less comfortable starting this inning. .122 pitches in his last outing. Over 6 2/3 scoreless innings against the Pirates.
It's got to be a fun time to be the pitching coach for the Mets, isn't it? But a lot of responsibility to be the caretaker of these young arms.
Not only that, but the psyches.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, all these guys are going to stumble at some point, and you have to be able to prop them up.
Dan's a great communicator that way.
Rollins at first and nobody out. 1-0 to Utley.
First little dent in the armor here for DeGrom.
Remember, he had something happen to him in the 5th inning. We're not sure what. On a pitch to Nieves.
Throw that low, going with slider. 2-0 slider.
I don't understand
it's a
that.
Bad call. Bad call by Recker.
You got shadows to work with.
Just a bad call. It's sometimes you try to be too cute. What are you trying to do here? You're trying to get a ground ball. So you're going to have a 3-1 here, a 3-0. Use your fastball. And then 3-1, keep something down and try to get a ground ball.
And he walked him on 4 pitches. And now the Phillies have the first 2 men on to the 7th. Second walk given up by DeGrom. And he's now going to face Ryan Howard with 2 men on. Well, we saw in his last start DeGrom stumble early and lift himself up, but this is a little different when a pitcher stumbles later.
It's later in the game. He's also had this huge adrenaline rush because he's had all these strikeouts in the game, and he's gotten right to the middle of this order now and put himself in harm's way, even with a 4-run lead.
Well, it's the first time all day the Phillies have had a runner as far as second base. Howard 0 for 2 today, 0 for 13 in this series. But he can alter the temperature of this game with one swing. And a first pitch curveball gets DeGrom in front. We got the lefty up in the bullpen, Edgin. But those are Howard's numbers against Edgin. 2 for 6, 2 home runs. Maybe the reason why DeGrom is still in.
Edgin's up for Dominic Brown.
Ball and a strike to Howard. You got Marlon Byrd standing on deck.
See, now he's got him out with changeups. Fastball is the first at bat. Changeups is second at bat. Changeup is a dangerous pitch because Ryan Howard has been slow, has had a slow bat this entire series. Go after him with your hard stuff.
Curveball lifted to left, chasing Granderson back to the track at the wall. It's out of here. Ryan Howard, an opposite field 3-run homer, and just like that, the Phillies pull within a run. Howard's first hit of the series, and the 3-run homer gives Ryan Howard 1,000 RBIs for his major league career.
Well, it doesn't take much to race a good day. Goes after him with the slider. We talked about the Ryan Howard's had a slow bat all series long. If you throw him a slow pitch up in the zone, he'll catch up to it.
So this is now a one-run Met lead. And Marlon Byrd, the batter, and they have just informed the crowd of the milestone that Howard has reached, 1,000 major league runs batted in. And he's done it in short order. Howard reaching 1,000 RBIs in 1,230 games, the fewest it has taken any player in Major League history among active players, to reach 1,000 RBIs.
It's a little spinner, up and out over the plate. Now, if you throw that fastball at that same spot, he can't get to it. But the slider, he can. And knocks it out of the ballpark.
Well, Howard is third on the all-time Philadelphia RBI list. Mike Schmidt, Del Linus, he passed Chuck Klein earlier this year.
This has got to be DeGrom's last batter. He's on fumes right now, taking a lot of time in between pitches.
Well, you could see it right from the start of this inning. He was not the same pitcher he had been. And, you know, we talked about it earlier. It's twin goals here. Get more innings out of your starter because you're a depleted bullpen, but at the same time try and win the game.
Yeah, well, win is the most important. Getting those innings, you have to do that with more of your veteran pitchers, Nice and Cologne. These guys are on their own kind of pitch cycles.
Normally, after a young starter like DeGrom has thrown as many pitches as he did his last start, you'd probably limit him to 95 today. And that's about where he's hit the wall. Now the question is, can he get an out here facing Marlon Byrd with Dominic Brown on deck? Agent will probably come in to face Brown. And Byrd goes down on strikes. Number 11 for DeGrom. And he gets the first out here in the 7th, and that's going to be the last pitch he throws. So Terry Collins will come out to get him.
He's had that little cutting action on his fastball. Very interesting. Went right back to his fastball after the home run to Howard and has success.
Well, 6 spectacular innings for DeGrom. He hits a bit of a roadblock in the 7th. And now the Mets will send it off to the bullpen with a 1-run lead. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Audi Truth in Engineering. Josh Edgin relieves DeGrom. 4-3 New York in the 7th. He'll leave with the lead, but it's a tenuous one.
I have a feeling he threw more strikes than that, huh? Didn't it feel like he did? Well, I said Josh Edgerton would be in the game to face Dominic Brown, and here he is. He's really played that specialty lefty role here since being recalled from Las Vegas.
Faced 4 batters last night, retired them all, and he gets the first pitch slider in for a strike to Brown. Brown has struck out and walked in this game 0 for 1. Well, Jacob deGrom was working on a 1-hit shutout coming into the 7th. Rollins led off with a hit, Utley a 4-pitch walk, and then Howard a 3-run homer. deGrom stayed in for one more batter, struck out Bird, giving him 11 strikeouts on the afternoon. Now the question is, can this bullpen that was pushed to the limit last night get 8 outs to protect a slim lead? It's a very difficult question to answer. Brown flailing, 1-2. Jake Diekman is up in the Philadelphia bullpen.
He throws every day.
I mean, the other piece of this game is that the Mets have had opportunities the last couple of innings to blow the doors off this game, but they did not. Will Nieves waiting on deck. Two to Brown. Out to left, and Granderson is there. 2 out. And Terry Collins comes up the dugout steps, and he's going to make a double switch now. So after facing 4 batters last night, Edgerton is allowed to face only 1 today. Eric Campbell is coming out on the field, and the Mets will make a double switch. Abreu will come off the field. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Audi, Truth in Engineering. So it's Daisuke Matsuzaka coming in. We'll be right back to Philly. Campbell comes in the game to play left field. He'll bat 9th. Curtis Granderson will move from left field to right field once they do the glove taps. As Bobby Abreu comes out of the game, Daisuke Matsuzaka will hit 5th in the order.
Well, it's interesting that Terry Collins decided to stay with using Edgerton as that specialty lefty. He's going to bring in Matsuzaka here. Depending on how this goes, he might try to stretch Matsuzaka through the 7th and maybe into the 8th.
Well, when you consider who he doesn't have available, he doesn't have Mejia. He doesn't have Black. He probably has Familia to be the closer today, and he's got Scott Rice left. So, I mean, you're looking at having to use Matsuzaka until you get to the big left-hand hitters, then going to Rice, and then, if necessary, finishing off with Familia. That's about it. Nieves, a big batter here to try and get Matsuzaka quickly through the 7th with 2 out. Nieves has been up twice and struck out both times. Daisuke pitched an inning and a third last night, gave up the tying run in the 5th inning. And he is now scheduled to be the Mets starting pitcher in Chicago on Wednesday night, taking Rafael Montero's spot in the rotation. That was a good curveball to get ahead on Nieves, 0-2. So it's both a benefit and a bit of a curse for Daisuke, his ability to pitch virtually every day and be versatile.
Yeah. It's just amazing to me how he has changed his whole tempo of pitching from the bullpen. He gets the sign, he's ready to go, and he throws the pitch.
Tap to the right side. Murphy ranging over. He bobbles it, and Nieves is safe. Well, he had plenty of time when he got there because Nieves is not fast. But once he bobbled it, Murphy lost the play. And the inning continued.
Well, Murph takes an angle on this ball to play it in the outfield grass. He could have taken a different angle and fielded on the dirt or been moving towards first. He made a play where he played it so far back that he didn't give himself any chance in case he bobbled, and he did.
So that's the first error of the game. Now the tying run at first with 2 out for Brignac. And that play may change the entire tenor of the way the Mets have to use their bullpen from here. Because now maybe instead of having Utley and Howard coming up in the 8th inning, in the ninth inning, maybe now you have them coming up in the 8th inning. Darren Ruff on deck to pinch hit. Brignac takes his home run cut. 1-1
every time. Big uppercut.
One for Daisuke. It's fouled off. Now he's ahead on Brignac, 1-2. One-two for Matsuzaka. A little bit high.
Well, Brignac is a low ball hitter. You're ahead. You got the count 2-2. Any fastball up around the letters, not going to be able to hit. You got to stay away from down and in. His swing is one plane, same swing every time, ball down.
Curveball struck him out. Brignac caught looking. 3rd time he's been struck out today. So the Mets emerge from the 7th, still with the lead, but much more tenuous because of one big swing by Ryan Howard. 3-run homer for Howard, his 10th of the year. Gets him to 1,000 RBIs against the Phillies within a run. The 4-3 lead. The Fanatic has been cavorting.
He's taking it out on a Mets fan and his shtick.
Here it comes. That is a lot of popcorn.
Wow.
Line score brought to you by Chevrolet. Visit ChevyDealer.com. Mets were cruising. Jacob deGrom was working on a one-hitter going to the bottom of the 7th, but a whole lot of popcorn fell on the Mets' head in the bottom of the 7th.
Now that is the cone of silence there. Diekman, who seems to pitch every day for the Phillies, and see his numbers. He's one of the strengths out of that bullpen.
Worked 2/3 of an inning last night in the 8th inning. Gave up an infield hit to Bobby Abreu, then retired a couple of batters. It'll be Recker, Tejada, and Campbell. 3 right-hand hitters up for the Mets in the 8th. That's 4 runs and 9 hits. The Phillies 3 runs and 3 hits. A ball and a strike to Recker. Tejada, who's had the big bat for the Mets today, waiting on deck. Mets got a run in the 6th to make it 4-0. An RBI single by Tejada. And they had a chance for far more, but Chris Young struck out with the bases loaded on a 3-2 pitch. Then they got the first 3 runners on in the 7th. But some bad base running cost them an out at the plate and took them out of the potential to tack on. So rather than this being a 6 or 7-0 game, it was only 4-0. And Howard's one big swing completely changed the nature of it. Three-1 to Recker. Out to right field, and that's where Bird is. 1 out. So now Tejada, 3 for 3 today, including a home run in the 4th inning that snapped a drought of 552 at bats without a home run. It had been the longest active home run drought in the majors. Rubin's driven in 2 runs today. Now has 9 hits in his last 18 at bats. As he has pretty much reclaimed his starting job, which makes you wonder that whether Wilmer Flores is going to be sticking around much longer, because if he's not playing, and right now he's not, really no reason to have him.
Yeah, he should be at shortstop playing every day in Las Vegas, getting his swing right. If Tejada stumbles, then he'll be ready to come back.
Right. More so than if he's been sitting on the bench every day. Diekman behind 2-0. It's been a day of firsts since for Rubin. First 3 a game in over a year. First home run in almost 2 years. And now Diekman falls behind. Well, got a strike on that. Borderline. 2-1. Eric Campbell sitting 9th in the order. He's out in the on-deck circle. It's a nice shot, isn't it?
Yeah.
You ever see the picture of the first cover of Sports Illustrated with Eddie Matthews?
Eddie Matthews, right?
That kind of shot.
Yep.
The hitter, the stands. Now Tejada with a 3-1 advantage, and he takes another strike on the inside. 3-2. 97 from Diekman. Tejada has pulled the ball all 3 times today. 2 singles and a home run. And he watches wide, and he's on base for the 4th straight time. So Tejada's fine day continues. 5th walk given up by Phillies pitchers, and Eric Campbell will come up for the first time. Campbell came off the bench last night, a walk and 2 strikeouts.
Campbell, when he first came up from Las Vegas, what was his on-base percentage? About 440. He was locked in. Bob McClure, the pitching coach, going to come out to speak to Jacob Diekman. Wow.
There is the Eddie Matthews first cover of Sports Illustrated.
Exactly the view that you were talking about.
It's great, isn't it? It's an old-timey feel. This gives you a great sense of perspective. Hitter and stands and crowd. It's a nice job by the guys in the truck to come up with that
so quickly.
Ribbon becomes an eye patch. That's why kids are great.
That's right.
Turn anything into a plaything. Campbell first pitch swinging, fouls back the fastball.
Swing there by Campbell. I was just saying, he came up, he was 440 on base percentage, he was locked in. He came up and he stayed locked in, and then the at bats dried up, and so has his swing is just a little off.
Right now Eric is hitless in his last 7 at bats after the very fast start, still hitting .286. Came in on a double switch in the last half inning. Chris Young waiting on deck. And Campbell lays off.
We made an interesting point, Gary. In today's game with some organizations, they're going to groom some of these younger players to be utility players, but they're groomed to be utility as everyday players in the minor leagues, and then they come up and they get 1 start a week, maybe 3 pinch hit at bats a week. Can you keep your form?
So you wonder, would it be advantageous to have a young player play 3 days a week in the minors and learn that way how to be a utility guy?
And have a day off or a day and a half off or whatever. Yeah, be interesting.
It would certainly go against the grain. Campbell shoots one out to right, and Bird moves over. 2 out. And Tejada back to first. I don't know how you do that.
Yeah, that'd be interesting.
Difficult. I mean, traditionally, the best benches have had mostly veteran players. Guys who have been starting players, been backup players, have had enough experience to learn how to have an occasional at bat and still be successful.
If the Mets are a stronger team, more established guys in the outfield, let's say, Abreu's on the bench, playing once a week maybe.
Here's Young, who's 1 for 4. Problem has become, because you have larger pitching staffs than ever and the same size rosters, benches have become smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
So particularly in the National League, it's of utmost importance to have guys on the bench who can play multiple positions. Less so than having that 1 big or 2 big pinch hit bats. Versatility, trumps pinch hitting ability.
Yeah. And in the National League, to me, you almost lose a player. He's starting with 24 almost every day because that backup catcher usually doesn't play that day or very rarely plays.
So that leaves you with 4 bench guys, whereas when you played with 10-man pitching staffs, you had a 7-man bench.
We always had a great bench.
And so you could carry a guy like a Rusty Staub or an Ed Kranepool late in his career, guys who weren't going to play the field a lot. And if they did, they were kind of limited where they could play, but they gave you that veteran pinch hit bat.
Lenny Harris.
Yeah. 2-1 to Chris Young. And he fouls away the fastball. Diekman throwing hard, 98 on that last pitch.
It's like he reminds me a little bit of Chris Sale for the Chicago White Sox. Certainly doesn't have the gyrations that Sale has and the deception, but has the arm, certainly.
Two runs it inside, full count to Young. And then Murphy would be next. Chris Young, late addition to the lineup today. Juan Lagares, a very late scratch with a right rib cage spasm. Tejada gets set to run. 3-2 to Young. He golfs one foul. It just has seemed as though for weeks now that Chris Young's approach has been just trying to hit everything out of the ballpark.
Yeah. Well, he's got a new voice to listen to. Let's see if that makes a difference.
Just seems as though we're so far away from his spring when he was spraying the ball all over the ballpark, hitting 360 in spring training. A little different than he had been in past years, but he seems to have gone back to what comes naturally. Hits this one out to center field, and Ben Revere steadies and puts it away to retire the side. Mets are done in the top of the 8th. They'll carry a 1-run lead into the bottom. The Padres at 110, all dads in attendance and kids 12 and under will receive a Mets cap courtesy of Nathan's, and stop by for Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest on Mets Plaza pre-game. For tickets, visit Mets.com/Family Sundays. Darren Ruff will be the pinch hitter for the Phillies. As we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, Daisuke Matsuzaka, who came in to get the final out of the 7th, will try to negotiate the 8th. That's working with a limited bullpen today, and we're kind of mapping out the game plan for the next 6 outs. And Ruff hits the curveball foul. 0-1.
Well, it looks like for the next 6 outs, you've got 3 pitchers. Well, more than 3 pitchers to work with, but you've got Matsuzaka, who's going to probably try to get through a few hitters here. You have Rice, who's got to be up for Utley and Howard. Familia, of course. And Buddy Carlisle. I'm surprised that Buddy Carlisle's up, that he wouldn't be saved with this game only a 1-run lead.
0-2 to Ruff. Well, maybe Buddy's just getting loose because he just got off the plane from El Paso.
That could be it. That's a good call, Gary.
And just needs to, feel as though the big league uniform fits him again. It's been a few years.
That's right. 2011, I think, was the last time.
Yeah, with the Yankees, last time in the majors. 0-2 coming to Ruff. Up and away, 1-2. Well, of course, the manager gets help in these decisions.
Well, the manager knows kind of the game plan outline of what he wants to do. What's Bob Guerin's job? Bob Guerin's job is to remind him who he has left, double switch opportunities if you want to.
Tap to third. Wright comes in to grab the long hop. 1 out.
He's got to remind the manager who's coming up, who they could pinch hit with, who's on the bench. And not that Terry Collins doesn't know that, because he could take a look himself, but just to remind him, to make sure you got everything covered. And Worthen, of course, is going to constantly be in contact and communication with Terry Collins, who we have up. And if you're right, Gary, Buddy Carlisle, he's up. He's just getting a little loose because he just got off the plane. We got Rice, of course, for Utley and Howard. After that, we've got Familia. We could use Carlos Torres if we had to. Those kind of things. Mejia and Black are out.
I think Torres is probably out, too. 2 2/3 yesterday. So they knew going into the day they were, at least 3 arms down in the bullpen. There's Ben Revere with 1 out, and he takes all the way a strike. It's one of the reasons they brought Carlisle here, because they needed an extra arm in the worst way. Imagine if they go extra innings today. Revere 0 for 3 in this game, 2 for 14 in the series. And Daisuke paints the outside edge, 0-2. Daisuke has looked very sharp, even after working an inning in the third last night.
Just so ironic. They worked for years and years when he was in Boston to speed up his tempo, and he's come over here, and in the bullpen, he's found that nice fluidity.
0-2 to Revere. Lifted foul, right on the run, but he's not going to get there.
It's an interesting hitter, Revere. He's a little man with a big swing who's a leadoff hitter.
Who never walks.
Never walked.
3 walks this year, 182 official at bats.
But he makes contact with that big swing.
In lifetime, his on-base percentage is .322, so he doesn't exactly profile as a prototypical leadoff hitter. But he is fast, and if he gets on, he can steal a base for you. 0-2, slap foul. Jimmy Rollins looking relaxed on deck. Revere 0 for 5 in his career against Matsuzaka, who has him in an 0-2 hole. 1 out, bottom of the 8th, 4-3 New York. Jacob deGrom 6 1/3, 3 runs, 3 hits, 2 walks, 11 strikeouts, 4th straight quality start to begin his career. Hoping today is the day he gets his first win. That bullpen has gotten 2 outs. They need 5 more. One and 2 to Revere.
Matsuzaka hitting his right leg. It signifies for a pitcher he didn't stay back. He jumped at the hitter. That's why that ball is low in the strike zone. 93 though from Daisuke.
Now the 1-2. Lifted foul. That'll go out of play. As has been the case since Daisuke came to the major leagues, there's a contingent of Japanese media that follows him everywhere. And there was such an uproar amongst that contingent today when it was announced that Daisuke would be starting in Chicago Wednesday. It's still front page news.
Right.
They've been following his every trial and tribulation. Crack toward the gap in right center, and that's down for an extra base hit for Revere. He's flying to second as Granderson recovers. Revere heads to third, and he will make it easily with a triple. And now the tying run is on third with 1 out.
Well, we said he doesn't walk much. He doesn't strike out much. So he makes contact. And this ball down and in. Awkward swing, but he got enough on it to split the outfielders. And once that gets to the 398 sign, no chance of getting Revere. He's just too fast.
Third triple of the year for Revere. So that really upsets the apple cart for the Mets, trying to figure out a way to get through these last 2 innings. Tying run at third and 1 out.
I mean, it's always fun to watch someone who can run, and Revere can get it. Nice block by David there. Tough throw.
Now the infield comes in for Rollins. Tying run at third, and the curveball in for a strike. And Daisuke in a situation where he just has to have a strikeout.
Strikeout or pop-up, Gary.
Rollins 1 for 9 in his career against Daisuke, and you see what he's done with a runner at third. Rollins 1 for 3 today. Ground ball, Murphy knocks it down. Revere is holding. Can't believe he wasn't running on contact. That's the second out. And now Terry Collins will bring Scott Rice in to face Chase Utley. That's a huge gift. If Revere is running, this game is tied.
Plus, he has so much speed that if Murphy comes up with that, throws it home, and he can't make it, he can get in a rundown until Rollins got to second base in scoring position.
Pete McCann, the third base coach, standing there with his arms crossed. I wonder whether he missed a sign.
You have to be going on contact.
Did he think the pitcher was going to field that ball? Did he just read it badly?
He couldn't have read it that badly. That was you could tell right away that was to Murphy. And like I said, if you get down there and Murphy fields it cleanly and throws it home in front of you, you're just getting a rundown.
A huge break for the Mets. Now a double switch. Matt Dendecker will come in the game in the outfield. Scott Rice coming in to try and get Chase Utley out in a big spot. Job well done by Daisuke. He leaves with the tying run at third. Call to the bullpen brought to you by Audi. Truth in Engineering. 4-3 in the 8th. We'll be right back. Matt Dendecker comes into play center field. He'll bat in the 5 hole. And Chris Young moves from center field to left field. Pitcher goes back in the 9 spot. One big out for Scott Rice to try and get with the tying run on third.
Oh, they got a hit off Rice in last night's game. Just a simple ground ball up the middle where Murphy broke to his left.
Utley's 1 for 2 and a walk today. Revere at third and 2 out. And he takes one down for ball 1. Daisuke Matsuzaka worked an inning, gave up a hit. That's his man on third base. One 0 to Utley, and that's down 2-0. Well, it is Scott Rice's stock in trade to try and get you to chase that sinker out of the strike zone.
Well, what he does a lot of times, he'll get behind you, but a guy like Utley might say, well, he's got to come in with a strike now, and sometimes he does not. He continues to throw the ball out of the strike zone. The appearance of a strike, then it works its way out of the zone.
Ryan Howard on deck. Right now, despite the fact that Howard hit a home run his last time up, you'd think, given the choice, Rice would rather face Howard than Utley.
Problem is that you put the winning run on base. But he's pitching him awfully. I can't even say that. He pitches like this about all the time. Throws the ball down in the strike zone.
3-0 to Utley. And that's ball 4, and so Howard will come up. He hit a 3-run homer his last time up, and he comes up with 2 men on in the 8th. But that certainly appeared to be something approaching a pitcher run. Last night, Rice struck out Howard. And they'll get another crack at him now. Well, this was a 4-0 lead until the bottom of the 7th.
Well, one of the few hanging breaking balls that DeGrom threw all afternoon. Howard didn't miss it.
Got up to 1,000 RBIs in his career. Took him the fewest games of any active player to get there. Now he's got the tying run at third, Revere. The go-ahead run at first, Utley. Howard just 1 for 7 in his career against Rice after that strikeout last night. And Howard takes a strike at the knees. That's a big first pitch strike for Rice.
Well, there's 2 things happening. Utley's doing some coaching. He's telling Revere, will you get a bigger lead? That way, if the ball gets away from the catcher, you can get home. So he's, see, bigger lead.
Well, Wright's playing far enough off the line that he could. Now Wright deking over toward the bag, try and keep him closer. And Howard swings and misses at a fastball, and it's 0-2.
Not the first time Utley's been managing this season for the Phillies.
Well, we saw him change an intentional walk into a not intentional walk.
Tell him to get a big lead because you know Rice is going to throw sliders in the dirt. They get away from Recker at all. Revere can take advantage of it.
Rice ahead 0-2 on Howard. And Recker able to stop that one. 1-2. Can't have any fear if you're a pitcher.
Utley's apoplectic at first base over Revere not being more aggressive.
He has continued to gesture this entire at bat for Revere to get further off the bag, with Wright moving further off the line. This is what we were talking about last night with Jimmy Rollins at third base and Wright playing over near shortstop. Got to take advantage of those shifts.
Got a lot of stops and starts here for the pitcher Rice. I mean, I know these meetings, how many do you have to have? Throw something for a strike and make a play.
Maybe they're trying to take advantage of Revere taking a bigger lead. Maybe have Wright dash over for a pickoff.
Watch Utley maybe trying to take a base too.
Meanwhile, it's 1-2 to Howard with 2 out. Utley runs. He struck him out. Big strikeout for Scott Rice. He cuts down Howard for the second straight day. Revere is stranded at third, and the Mets will take a one-run lead into the ninth. With Chase Utley, who clearly was trying to coach Revere, and Revere was not very pleased with what the message was.
It was almost like Revere was ignoring him, saying, you know what, you don't know. And Jimmy Rollins giving him some. Well, Jimmy Rollins on his side, I guess.
Well, it's almost like Revere thought Utley was showing him up.
Well, he might have been showing him up, but you know what? Some of these guys need to be shown up.
Well, Utley was right. I mean, he should have had a bigger lead, and it certainly made a lot of sense. But in the end, it was moot because Howard struck out, and now the Mets take a one-run lead to the ninth, and Jonathan Papelbon will come in into an odd situation.
Yeah, 2 appearances in this series, neither of them in a safe situation.
Mets will look for some insurance with Murphy, Wright, and Granderson coming up. Papelbon pitched last night, gave up 2 hits in the 10th inning. Struck out Juan Lagares to get through the inning. Murphy 1 for 3 and a walk, and he takes a strike. David Wright waits on deck. Phillies have gotten 2 scoreless innings out of their bullpen from Hollins and Diekman after Kyle Kendrick went the first 6 and gave up 4 runs and 8 hits. And Murphy grounds one foul. Around the Majors brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealer. The Nats hit 4 home runs. Anthony Rendon went 4 for 5, and they beat up on the Rangers 10-2. Masahiro Tanaka, 8 innings, 4 hits, 9 strikeouts. He's 8-1. Yankees beat the Twins 3-1, and Anthony Rizzo's heating up for the Mets, who get into Chicago Tuesday. 2 home runs for Rizzo today. Cubs lead the Brewers 7-0. 0-2 coming to Murphy in tight. So in the bottom of the ninth, the Phillies will have Bird, Brown, and Nieves, and the Mets will have Jeurys Familia looking for the save.
A lot of heavy lifting done there by Matsuzaka and Rice.
Well, you still have to wonder about Revere not running on the ground ball hit by Rollins.
Yeah, it was an interesting choice because I guess I can see it their way, because they're saying we have Rollins and Utley behind him. We're going to give these 2 great veterans a chance to drive him in. I can maybe see that side of it. But you've got your fastest guy. You're trying to do anything to get back in the ball game, and they end up walking Utley and pitching around him anyway.
Slap to short. Rollins gets in front of it and throws out Murphy 1 away. Well, you have to give great credit to Scott Rice, too. He knew he'd rather go after Howard than Utley. If Utley wanted to chase, fine, but Howard was the guy he wanted.
And Utley knew what was happening, too, so he just took 4 straight. And that last pitch from Rice was his split finger that eluded Howard. Very nice pitching in a tight situation. Got to feel awfully good.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now David Wright, who had a base hit to right field his last time up, 1 for 4 on the day. Cardinals have shut out the Giants 2-0. Michael Wacha the win. Oscar Taveras homered in his first game for St. Louis. So that's a big day for the Cardinals. New York Mets baseball is brought to you by Atlantic City. Do anything, do everything, do AC. To right.
You know, Gary, we have some fun occasionally with the left-handed relievers always saying, boy, that's great work if you can get it. But you forget about those situations that are just so important where the lefty-lefty matchup can change the entire difference between winning and losing a game.
Well, in this series, and we talked about it right at the outset, with 5 games in 5 days and all the big left-handed bats in the Philadelphia lineup, Edgin and Rice were going to be crucial, not only in terms of getting, Utley and Howard out, but doing it day after day after day.
Every day. And it doesn't ease up after they leave here. They'll have to get Anthony Rizzo out in Chicago.
Well, Rice the first day faced Dominic Brown, got him out.
Yeah.
Yesterday, got Howard on the big strikeout, did the same again today. Still has 2 more days to go. And he's likely to be in every one of these games.
And Utley got the hit off Rice yesterday, so maybe that's why he punted on Utley and went to Howard.
One-two from Papelbon, and he strikes out right with a slider. 2 out. Here's today's AT&T fan photo. Oh, that's lovely. That is just lovely.
So, children or bride and groom is a good shot too.
I think the Mets umbrella with the tuxedo. It's very big.
That's big. That's a big.
Oh,
that's a big look.
Absolutely. How else would you go? Here's Granderson. 0 for 3 and a walk. Now, again, if Curtis does not get a hit in this game, and this is probably his last at bat, he will set a major league record with 8 straight games with a walk but no hit. Nobody's ever done that. All the years they've been playing Major League Baseball.
Wow.
Right now he's tied with Babe Ruth and a couple of others. Now it's 0-2. Curtis 0 for his last 22. He's been robbed twice today, once by Utley and once by Bird. So he's had some pretty good swings, but no results.
He's also got some good numbers against Papelbon. So do we cheer if he gets a hit? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's one of those records you don't mind breaking.
Okay.
Or snapping.
Or tied with Babe. Anytime you're tied with Babe.
If you're able to beat out the Babe, though,
yeah,
there's some cachet to that.
Okay. All right.
But you'd still not want to be 0 for 23. You'd rather have a hit. Curtis has dropped below the Mendoza line with his 0 for 22. And he foul tipped it, I think. Sounded like it. I guess not.
Bluebirds are back. No, he didn't tip it.
He ever thought he had a strike, didn't have it. So Granderson gets another chance, and he gets that elusive base hit. So after an 0 for 22 stretch, Curtis does not stand in the record books by himself. Rather, he has himself a base hit.
Well, you talked about it. He took Robbed a couple times. Could have 2 or 3 hits today. That's a good swing here on the split finger. Drops down in the strike zone, going right back up the middle. It's Granderson. Good swing.
So the Mets have their 10th hit of the day, and now a turn at bat for Matt Dendecker. Dendecker struck out as a pinch hitter last night. He's had just 2 at bats since being recalled. Came in on a double switch the last half inning.
Now this is a time that the Mets don't do this. Granderson's got speed. You have a 1-run lead. There's 2 outs here. Granderson tried to steal the base. Get in scoring position. And Papelbon knows it.
Certainly thinking in those terms. Three in a row.
Well, Pap doesn't have a very good move, and he is slow to the plate. So he's a guy that you certainly want to run on. In his heyday, it didn't really matter because he struck out the world. But now, not as much of a strikeout pitcher.
And Dendecker takes high. By the way, Matt has clarified the pronunciation of his last name because he has the small letter D-E-N.
Yeah.
People have been calling him a Dendecker.
Okay, accent on the final.
Den is not emphasized, but he has clarified that it is actually pronounced Dendecker with the pronunciation on the first small letters.
He's been up for a while. We're just getting on that. Is that?
Sometimes these things take a while. You figured out the kid from Texas yet?
No, that's tough.
1-0 to Dendecker. There goes Granderson. The throw by Nieves, and Granderson's out. Nice pickup and tag by Rollins, and the inning is over. Mets are considering whether to challenge. They've already had a successful challenge, so Terry Collins still has one in his pocket. He might have a case there. If the initial tag was on the chest, then he was safe. Did he tag him before the chest?
Well, you can't reverse it. You know, it's close enough that he might have just scraped. And you can see Terry Collins tell the umpire, "Hey, I've got one left. I might as well take a shot." But it's close enough that I think you can't reverse it, in my opinion.
Though? That angle appears to show that he did not tag him until the chest. And if he didn't tag him till the chest, I think he's safe.
If he didn't tag him in the chest, he definitely is safe. I just thought that when you show the replay, it's going to be hard to tell whether the glove swept any of that uniform at all.
Well, they're on the headset getting the ruling from New York. Let's look at it again. I think he's safe.
Okay.
But we'll see whether they have clear and convincing evidence to overturn it.
I don't think they're going to change it. So we disagree. See, that's the right there. See the glove? The very end of the glove. Does that touch the knee, pant leg, swipe any part of Granderson there? I don't know.
I guess that's the question. That's what Doug Eddings, the umpire made the call, says, and they confirm the call. So the inning is over. You got it, Ronnie.
Yeah.
So Granderson caught stealing to end the top of the ninth. Call confirmed. We go to the bottom of the ninth. Mets trying to hang on to a 1-run lead in Philadelphia. best use of their depleted bullpen today. Now Jairus Familia will go for his second save.
Well, his last 2 appearances have been 5-out appearances, so he has been the workhorse for this bullpen. Everyone's been the workhorse for this bullpen.
Threw 23 pitches in an inning and 2/3 last night. Allowed no runs and an infield hit. They'll face Marlon Byrd, Dominic Brown, and Will Nieves, the 3 scheduled hitters for the Phillies in the bottom of the 9th, trying to get Jacob deGrom his first major league win.
You know, Gary, when you're trying to have a successful season, it's games like these that you look back on later in the year and say, boy, that was a key game.
Last night, when Familia came in, the first man he faced was Marlon Byrd, and he struck him out. Marlon is 0 for 3 today. He's made his mark with his defense. Several fine catches to keep the Mets from scoring further. Mets had a 4-0 lead in this game. Ryan Howard hit a 3-run homer off deGrom in the bottom of the 7th. And the Met bullpen has gotten 5 outs. They need 3 more.
First pitch breaking ball yesterday to Byrd on first pitch. Will he sit on it?
He throws him a fastball, and Byrd drives it toward the right field corner, and that is a fair ball. Bounces into the stands. A ground rule double for Byrd on the first pitch thrown by Familia, and the tying run is on second with nobody out.
What more can you ask from Marlon Byrd? Clutch defense, clutch hitting, 9th inning double. Doesn't even hit it that great. It's a good pitch by Familia down in the strike zone. Kind of peels it off to right field, and it just drops on the line.
Right on the chalk. And up over the wall for a ground rule double. So now Dominic Brown the batter, and we'll see how the Phillies play this. You got Carlos Ruiz on deck to pinch hit. Brown is 0 for 2 today, 1 for 9 in this series. That one was a 3-run homer last night. That survived a triple by Ben Revere in the 8th. Now have to try and work around a double by Byrd to start the 9th. Only the 5th Philly hit of the afternoon. And no hit or bunt as Brown takes an outside corner strike.
Big call there. That was an iffy pitch, and it went Familia's way.
Familia got Brown to ground out to first base last night. Throws the fastball high, and it's 1-1.
You know, you're watching Anthony Recker throw the ball back to Familia in between pitches, Gary. You got to throw it with a little more velocity because you got a guy in second base. You can't toss it back.
Gonna try and time you.
Yeah, you could take the base, stand up, and throw a strike back to him.
1-1 to Dominic Brown. Two and 1. Carlos Ruiz is getting the day off, but had a brilliant night at the plate last night. Is on deck to pinch hit. Tejada standing right next to Byrd to try and keep him close.
Got to stay away from inside, down and into Brown. That is his power. Very quick inside.
2-1 from Familia, and he misses wide. 3-1. They've got nowhere else to go.
Yep, 9th inning is different than the 8th. Everyone knows it, and Familia is starting to feel it.
Got his first save of the year against the Pirates earlier this week, but not in a 1-run game. 3-1 coming to Brown. Line left field, base hit. Byrd turns third. He'll score the tying run. Brown stops at first with an RBI single. The ball gets loose on the infield. Duda backs it up. And we are tied at 4 in the bottom of the 9th.
Well, good hitting by the Phillies, both going the opposite way. Dominic Brown going to left field with the line drive. Marlon Byrd starting this rally with the base hit to right field. I mean, no chance with where that ball was placed. Byrd scores the tying run.
Now instead of Carlos Ruiz, they're going to send up Cesar Hernandez in a bunting situation to try and get the winning run to second base.
We've seen some ugly hacks from Dominic Brown. This wasn't one of them. Beautiful swing right on the baseball and that little lift at the end. Ball's knees on the outside corner. It doesn't matter. He covers it.
So now, with the tying run having come home, the winning run is on first with nobody out. And the Mets look for the bunt from the pinch hitter, Cesar Hernandez. Hernandez appeared late last night and received an intentional walk. And he gets a beautiful bunt down. Duda has to go to first. Sacrifice 3-4, moves Brown to second. Perfectly executed by Cesar Hernandez.
There's textbook by Cesar. Legs flexed, bat out in front, pinching it with that left hand, and deadens the ball to Duda.
So now Reed Brignac, who had the game-winning hit last night, gets a chance to do the same today. Winning run on second and one out. Brignac's been up 3 times today, struck out all 3, and now Ruiz is out on deck again, this time to bat for the pitcher.
Strength against strength here. Low ball pitcher and familiar low ball hitter in Brignac.
Brown at second and one out. 4-4 last of the ninth. And Brignac swings over the slider. 0-1. Jacob deGrom's chance for his first big league win. By the boards again. Second straight time the bullpen has let him down. 2-strike count to Brignac. Now last night Reed Brignac came up with the bases loaded in the bottom of the 14th.
Watch where their pitch is. Down middle. Hits it the opposite way over the head of Eric Campbell in left field for the game-winning run. Must have got almost 6-7 inches off the ground, those two.
Now Familia ahead on Brignac 0-2. Bounces one and Recker is equal to the task. 1-2.
Nice play by Anthony. Throws that big body in front of it. Really catches it in his glove.
Last night the Mets had a 3-0 lead early. Phillies rallied. Won it in the 14th. Today the Mets had a 4-0 lead early, and Jacob deGrom, as brilliant as you can be for 6 innings. 1 hit, 10 strikeouts in the first 6, but weakened in the 7th. Ryan Howard hit a 3-run homer. Mets bullpen held the 4th through the 7th and the 8th, but not able to do that here in the 9th. Now they'd just be happy to get to extra innings again, where who knows who might pitch for the Mets. Buddy Carlisle on the band.
He's on the watch.
One-two to Brignac. Missed with it. 2-2. Carlos Ruiz on deck to pinch hit. Two. Struck him out. And there were 2 men down. Brignac fanning on a pitch in the dirt. That's the golden sombrero for Brignac today, his 4th strikeout.
I don't have any analysis for that.
screwing himself right into the ground, as they say. So here is Ruiz, who last night hit 6 balls hard. He was 4 for 6 with 2 line drive outs. You got first base open, Ben Revere on deck. Who would you rather pitch to?
Ben Revere. Well, 100%, 1,000%. Remember, Ruiz is a good breaking ball hitter also. Probably going to see a heavy dose of those from Familia.
Brown at second and 2 down. Ruiz batting for the pitcher Papelbon, and he takes a slider down for ball 1. Boy, I sure would be inclined to go ahead and walk.
Yep.
I know Revere hit a triple his last time up, and he's got all that speed. Ruiz has also had a knack for those big hits for the Phillies.
Just a clutch player, money player, postseason player, on and on and on.
One-0 from Familia, and he runs one on the inside corner. A ball and a strike.
Good pitch there by Familia.
Pitchers have struck out 14 today. DeGrom struck out 11. 3 more for the bullpen. 1-1 to Ruiz. And a slider down. 2-1. And again, Rooker out to the mound.
You know, Familia's breaking ball, Gary, is a little bigger today. And what that tells me, honestly, is that might not have as much that he did, much on his fastball and his breaking pitches he has in the first couple of days.
Well,
just doesn't have that good rotation.
Working for the 3rd time in the last 4 days, and having gone inning and 2/3 in each of those prior outings, you can understand why he might not have as much in the tank. 2-1 to Ruiz. Popped it up. Duda in foul ground is there. And for the 2nd straight day, we are going to extra innings. Phillies tied in the bottom of the 9th. Bird a double. Brown drives him in. On to the 10th. Mets and Phillies tied at 4. Mets at a 4-0 lead. They might have had more, but Daniel Murphy tried to score from 3rd on this short wild pitch, and it wasn't close.
Yeah, there was runners on 1st and 3rd, no outs. So it's not a play for Murph to try there because of the no outs. You're going to have a big inning, but thwarted there with the, I guess, not wild pitch, but out.
New battery for the Phillies. Carlos Ruiz stays in to catch. Jeff Manship, the only guy who didn't pitch yesterday out of either bullpen, will come on.
Well, he's always the guy that Ryan Sandberg will have in reserve. He is their multiple innings right-hander from the bullpen.
Well, this was a scheduled 5-game series with an additional game added because of a rainout, so we knew we were going to be here for a while. We just didn't know how long a while.
Right.
14 innings last night and back into extra innings again today. And the Mets have some serious pitching issues to deal with in extra innings. Matt Dendecker back at the plate. He was batting when Granderson was thrown out trying to steal to end the ninth. I mean, the Mets basically have Buddy Carlisle, the guy they called up from AAA today, and nobody else available.
And I mean, you can't push Familia another inning, can you?
After 5 outs yesterday?
I mean, you just can't.
Well,
I mean,
there's nobody throwing in the Mets bullpen
exactly.
right now, so he may get another inning. He may not have a choice. 0-2 to Dendecker, and Manship misses up and away. Dendecker looking for his first big league hit of the season. A good take there, 2-2.
Well, Tejada got his walk-off hit off Manship, and he's coming up in this inning. Maybe he can do it again. Or might come up in this inning, I should say. 4th hitter.
Strike 3 called. Dendecker caught looking on the fastball. 1 down in the top of the 10th.
This one ends up right in the middle of the plate. I think Matt thought it was high in the strike zone, but Marvin Hudson calls it.
So 1 out and nobody on. Now Lucas Duda. Duda drove in a run with a first inning double. Mets got 2 in the first, a home run from Tejada in the 4th, an RBI single from Tejada in the 6th. They looked like they were cruising with a 4-0 lead, but they failed to add on. Howard hit a 3-run homer, and the Phillies able to rally in the bottom of the 9th to tie it. And another game that looked fairly comfortable for the Mets has become quite uncomfortable. We've talked about a lot of stats with the Mets this year.
Yeah.
Here's a stat that nobody wants to hear. The Mets in 1-run games this year are 6-14.
When you're a first division club, that's upside down. 14-6. Good breaking ball from Manship. Swung through by Duda.
Anthony Recker on deck. One-two. Popped it up. Howard in foul ground. 2 out. So Manship has come in and retired the first 2 to start the 10th. And now Anthony Recker, who's gone 0 for 4 today. And it certainly would appear as though Familia's pitching the bottom of the 10th.
Yeah, right.
Nobody has picked up a baseball in the Mets bullpen. Recker gets into one, deep center field, but playable. Revere gives way to Bird. Side retired. 1-2-3 inning from Manship in the top of the 10th. 4-4 in Philadelphia. dinner plans and all that once this game comes to a conclusion. Mets and Phillies bordering on 4 hours today after 5.5 hours last night. Jerry's Familia will get a second inning of work. You see what he's done recently. Wednesday, a 5-out save against the Pirates. Last night, 5 outs against the Phillies. Another inning today and another inning to come.
Wow. That's some serious workload.
And we've got the top of the batting order for the Phillies in the bottom of the 10th. Revere, Rollins, and Utley. Well, there's just nobody left. I mean, the Mets have Buddy Carlisle, who is their guy to go as long as the game goes once Familia's done. And that's it. I mean, they're not going to go to Mejia. They're not going to go to Black. They're not going to go to Torres. They've used Edgin, Matsuzaka, and Rice. And they were hoping Familia could save it in the 9th. But he gave up a couple of hits and a run. And now pitching in the 10th. Revere had a triple with 1 out in the 8th, but the Phillies couldn't bring him in. And he takes a strike. And that inning seemed to engender some ill feelings amongst some of the Phillies. Revere didn't score on a ground ball to the infield, didn't try to score, and then didn't take what Chase Utley thought was an adequate lead later in the inning. Slider in for a strike, 0-2. And Revere seemed a little annoyed at Utley for appearing to show him up.
Well, it's part of trying to coach young players today is they don't want to be shown up at all. They want it in a private room. Tell them in private so no one will see. I mean, I've talked to Terry Collins about this. There used to be a time you'd have team meetings and you could air someone out. Can't do that anymore. You have to bring them behind closed doors, close the door, and say, hey, listen, this is not how we play.
In that private room, do you get milk and cookies?
Maybe.
Line right field. That's a base hit for Revere. So Revere has his second straight hit. And the winning run aboard with nobody out.
I do have to say this. We were talking about how he doesn't walk, but he doesn't strike out, and he makes contact. And with 2 strikes, he has a nice 2-strike approach.
So now you get a base stealer at first base. You got Rollins at the plate, Utley and Howard behind him. So the task is looking large for Familia, who might be running on fumes right about now. Phillies have had the leadoff man on now 3 of the last 4 innings. Rollins 1 for 4 today. Would you bunt with Rollins? Would you let Revere try and steal a base? How would you handle this?
I would. I don't see Rollins bunt in this situation very much. So I think he's going to take a pitch at least, take a strike at least, and let Revere try to steal a bag.
Revere has 14 stolen bases this year. He's been caught only twice. And Rollins runs his hand up the bat handle, and I don't think he was serious about bunting.
No, I think he was just trying to show bunt and take a pitch. Ball 1.
Revere 4th in the National League in stolen bases. And Rollins lays off 2-0.
Well, that being said now, Gary, he's seen 2 pitches for a ball. Rollins could be swinging here.
There goes Revere. Recker's throw on the wrong side of the bag, and Revere steals the base. And was saying that Tejada pushed him off the base. And Revere is safe. with his 15th stolen base.
You can stay with the runner with your glove, and if he comes off the bag, you can stay with him and tag him if he comes off the base. But if his leg is holding the bag, you can't push him off, and that's what Tejada did. Tejada gives him almost an uppercut with his glove in left hand and rips that leg off the bag. See? Cannot do that.
Question is, I guess, whether his leg would have come off by itself had Tejada not helped him along.
He should have waited and saw that if it came off at some point and stayed with him.
So now the winning run is on second with nobody out. 3-0 to Rollins with Utley on deck. There's a strike, 3-1. Stealing bases when you need to steal bases.
So lost art. Not today, though, with Revere.
Three-one coming to Rollins. Taking all the way. It's ball 4. Collins is coming out to the mound.
This is the time for the manager to come out. He's going to walk everyone through what could happen here. I mean, we've watched Utley for many, many years. Very rarely see him ever lay down a bunt. He's asking Sandberg, though. Utley over to Sandberg to talk to him.
Well, if you play the inning out, if Utley were to bunt, you know, the way Howard is going, I think you go right after Howard.
You go right after Howard instead of when he was going good, you'd walk him and face Bird. You don't want to face Marlon Bird.
No, if you go after Howard, then you walk Bird and face Brown.
I feel the same way.
I don't think it makes sense for the Phillies in any respect to have Utley bunt.
I agree. I think he's your best hitter. He's got the best eye. If Familia doesn't start throwing some strikes, this game's going to be over anyway.
So 2 on and nobody out. 4-4 bottom of the 10th. Utley's been on base 3 times in a row with a single and 2 walks. A lot of speed out there with Revere at second and Rollins at first.
Big lead by Revere at second.
And Utley takes one wide for ball 1. Tejada is staying close to Revere at second base, but that's just, they don't really have a pickoff play at second.
They don't have a pickoff play, and they don't have one with Familia and Tejada. And also defense first. Utley can send it in that hole in a heartbeat.
Utley pops it up. In comes Chris Young. A big first out here in the bottom of the 10th.
Well, he can't get a better pitch to hit right down the middle. He's hoping it goes foul, not to be.
So now 1 out. The winning run still at second, and Ryan Howard coming up. Howard came up with a chance to give the Phillies the lead in the 8th. First and third and 2 out. And Scott Rice struck him out. Hit a 3-run homer to get the Phillies into the game in the 7th. He was only hit in 15 at-bats in this series. That's of the shift on. So Tejada watching Revere from the other side of the bag. Good pitch by Familia, 0-1. Now, you know, stolen base is certainly in order for Revere here, so Wright cannot get too far away from third.
Remember when Jimmy Rollins was on second yesterday, David got way off the bag, about 2 more steps, and Jimmy just took the bag easily. Revere could do that here. It's hard for David to cover, catch, and tag from that far away.
0-1 to Howard. Double play ball. Murphy falls over. Rollins making the tag and gets an out. So why didn't he throw the ball to second base? He had a chance for a double play. Instead, the inning continues.
Murph's got to know who's running Ryan Howard extremely slow. He could have flipped that to Tejada, and it would have been a double play. Instead, he tries to go for the tag, and Jimmy Rollins does something interesting. Instead of running into him, he falls down and kind of upends Murphy. Just toss that to Tejada, and it would have been a double play easily.
Absolutely no reason to make this play. Tejada's right on the bag. You got Ryan Howard running to first base. It's the easiest of 4-6-3 double plays. Instead, now the winning run is on third with 2 out for Marlon Byrd. Byrd had a double and scored the tying run in the 9th. Revere is the winning run. He's at third with 2 out. There goes Howard, and they'll let him go on defensive indifference. That run means nothing. All that does is take away the force at second.
2 things here. You can't walk Byrd intentionally because Familia doesn't have the control to have the bases loaded. So you want to go after Byrd, but you have to make your pitches. If you walk him, you walk him.
Marlon tends to be very aggressive. And if you can get him to swing out of the strike zone, that's to your benefit.
Recker's going back out. You know, it's at some point this works for some pitchers, but this stop and start very difficult for any pitcher to try to keep his tempo.
Phillies got the first 2 men on here in the 10th. Now trying to get a run home with 2 out. 1-0 to Byrd. And a breaking ball inside. 2-0. Dominic Brown, who had the game tying hit, is on deck.
2-0. Now remember, Byrd got that hit off Familia to start the inning in the 9th with a fastball away. Byrd is smart enough and old enough to sit on a breaking ball here, 2-0, knowing the base is open. Let's see what happens.
Revere faking down the line, trying to draw Familia's attention. Byrd asking for time.
Experienced enough. I said old enough. Experienced enough.
He's both. He's been around, and he's been around. Familia needs another conversation. He and Recker have really had some problems communicating.
Well, the hardest part is he only throws 2 pitches. He only throws a fastball and a breaking ball.
Two 2-0 to Marlon Byrd. 3-0.
Boy, Marlon Byrd squinting those eyes and getting in that box like he means business here, Gary.
I could see him swinging.
Right?
Why not? And Byrd gets a 3-0 slider.
It's not a bad pitch. It's a good pitch. You're being careful. You got to continue to be careful when it's 3-0.
And 3-1. Winning run on third and 2 out. Familia trying to make his way through a second inning of relief after giving up the tying run in the ninth. 3-1 coming to Byrd. Swing and a miss. 96 heat. 3-2.
What's that swing tell you? You got to stay with that pitch on the 3-2. I'd move that pitch a little closer inside, though. Byrd will be thinking right field here.
It's 3-2. Poked foul. He was going right field all the way. Familia threw 23 pitches last night. This is going to be his 35th pitch today. How much does he have left? Needs one more big pitch. 3-2 to Bird. He struck him out. Record makes the toss. Side retired. Jeurys Familia gets out of big time trouble in the bottom of the 10th. And we head on to the 11th in Philadelphia. Familia gets Bird to chase, and we continue on. Philadelphia. Last night was a game that almost never ended, and who knows when today's one might end.
Well, I think a lot of what's happened for the Mets here is how they've kind of piecemealed their bullpen together. They might be stuck with the last piece now. Buddy Carlisle, a guy they called up who pitched yesterday in Las Vegas, who just arrived today, and boy, what a series. Back and forth. Really missed chances for both clubs. Strikeouts aplenty.
Remember Sean Markham's role in these long games last year? That's going to be Buddy Carlisle starting in the next half inning. Now the Mets will try and get themselves a lead against Jeff Manship in the top of the 11th with Ruben Tejada, who's had the big day at the plate. Tejada 3 for 3, a walk, a home run, his first in nearly 2 years, and a couple of RBIs. It'll be Tejada, then Wilmer Flores, who's out on deck to pinch hit, followed by Chris Young. 4 hours plus, that's nothing. 5:23 last night. Just remember what today is. It's May 31st. May 31st, 1964, 50 years ago today, the Mets played the longest day in their history. A doubleheader with the Giants, the second game going 23 innings, 7 hours and 23 minutes. Fasten your seatbelts.
So the 9:30 reservation for dinner not safe? Is that what you're saying?
AM?
Breakfast?
Well, Keith had to cancel his breakfast this morning, we were told, as a result of last night's game. Still plenty of daylight left.
Yes.
Still a day game.
It's like we're starting a night game.
Manship in his second inning of relief got the Mets in order on just 10 pitches in the 10th. And the breaking ball, a check swing, one hopper right to the bag for Howard. And Tejada's retired for the first time today. So now Wilmer Flores Flores appeared as a pinch hitter in the 12th inning yesterday and flied out. He gets in the game an inning earlier today. So Flores batting for Familia, who turned in yeoman work. An inning and 2/3 yesterday, 2 more innings today. He did give up the tying run in the 9th, but got out of trouble in that inning and in the 10th to keep this game going. And so it is left to the 36-year-old journeyman, Buddy Carlisle, who's twice gone to Japan to pitch. He's pitched in the minor leagues the last 3 years. Has not pitched in the big leagues since 2011 with the Yankees, and he will be the man for the Mets as far as this game goes. Little dribbler goes foul. 1-2 now to Flores. Chris Young, the on deck batter. It would only be right if Chris Young hit a home run.
Bookend hits?
Yeah, but like a big hit, like a game winning hit. I mean, the whole storyline is there, right?
Yes.
Flores down on strikes, 2 out. You know, dropped the fly ball in the 14th inning last night. It cost the game.
Wins
Late
the game
addition
today.
on the lineup today because Lagares got scratched. So he should be the extra inning hero today. And now he'll get his chance.
I'm with you. I mean, if that's the storyline you're selling, I'm in.
Russ is 1 for 5 in this game. Singled and scored back in the first. Mets had a 4-0 lead in this game, with Jacob deGrom pitching a brilliant effort. As Lagares is talking to Bartolo Colon as to whether he can get a turn at bat here after having a spasm in his rib cage earlier today that cost him a spot in the lineup. I don't think the Mets would chance that. It kept him from putting a bat in his hands, though, with batting gloves on. Well, that's the Mets' batting average by inning. They've been better earlier in games and have faded as games have gone along.
This is a good pitch to hit here. Manship knows he has to throw a strike and doesn't.
And now he's behind on Young, 3-1 with Murphy on deck. Three-1, 3-2. Three-two coming to Young, and he hits one in the air to left. This one's playable for Brown. And that retires the side. So Manship comes in, throws 2 innings, 6 up, 6 down. Buddy Carlisle in for his Mets debut in the bottom of the 11th. pitching by McDonald's. Phillies were down a run going to the bottom of the ninth.
But just good hitting here by Marlon Byrd, who hits the line in right field for a ground rule double to start the inning. And then Dominic Brown equally as good. And that ball down and away drives in Byrd. And have us tied here in the 11th.
So now Buddy Carlisle, 36 years old, out of Bellevue High School in Nebraska, will make his Mets debut, his first big league outing since 2011.
Earl Lester, Buddy Carlisle. Pitched yesterday in Las Vegas. He has a little bit of everything. Sinker, slider. He's got the split finger he'll throw.
And he has had a big league career stretched out over a decade and a half. So when he first pitched in the big leagues with the Padres in 1999, 7 games for him in 99, 4 more the next year. Then he went to Japan, came back to the States, didn't get back to the big leagues till 05 with the Dodgers. Pitched parts of 3 years with the Braves. That's the majority of his big league experience in 07, 08, and 09. Then a handful of games with the Yankees in 2011, and now with the Mets.
You know, Ronnie, I'm curious the dynamic. Anthony Recker went out to greet Carlisle when he came in. It's probably the first time they've met. I mean, Carlisle got off of a plane at 2 o'clock at Philadelphia International Airport. He probably was introducing himself and getting the signs there. Curious to see how they work together.
Well, the guy who's 36, he might have 8 different pitches, Kevin. So who knows?
Dominic Brown leads off in the bottom of the 11th in a 4-4 game. And Brown takes a fastball strike. Well, Buddy was pitching well in AAA. He was in 18 games for Vegas with a 1.27 ERA and only 5 walks in 21 innings. So that's what you want here. A guy to come in throwing strikes. Chopper to the left side. Big hop for Tejada. And the overhand throw against Brown, 1 away. So the Mets used 8 pitchers last night, and they're on their 6th pitcher today.
Somehow the Mets pull this out. Buddy Carlisle wins. After the game, he'll shake hands for the victory and shake hands because it's the first time seeing anyone.
Congratulations. Nice to meet you.
Congratulations first.
He'll face his opposite number, Jeff Manship. So it appears as though Ryan Sandberg has gone as far into his bullpen as he wants to go. Remember, he used 7 pitchers in yesterday's game. So it looks like Carlisle and Manship for the duration. Carlisle working quickly and gets ahead 0-2.
With position players to be named later.
Well, you know Recker's the next on the list for the Mets. He was all set to take the mound last night. Slow ground ball. Carlisle will have to field it with the bare hand, and he throws him out. Nicely done by Buddy Carlisle. 2 away. Hello, my name is Earl.
You show me a guy who's 36 and has been all over playing, I'll show you a pitcher who can field. Because you got to field your position if you're not a strikeout pitcher. And he does it perfectly. Comes over with the bare hand and fires it to first base.
He's been waiting a long time to get back in the big leagues. Going to make sure he handles all his P's and Q's.
This is like the Kevin Costner for the love of the game moment here stuff, right?
Let's hope he doesn't have to go 9. Well, Reed Brignac already has the golden sombrero today. Much like Lagares last night, he will be trying to avoid the platinum sombrero. And he does make contact. Pop up into shallow center. Who's going to get it? Den Decker. Side retired. Buddy Carlisle throws 6 pitches and sets down the Phillies 1-2-3 in the bottom of the 11th. Philadelphia. 14 innings last night. Has she been here for all 26? That Met fan is all decked out in the latest camo. It's so bright he needs shades. And the Mets will have Murphy, Wright, and Granderson coming up in the 12th inning against Jeff Manship, who has settled in alongside Buddy Carlisle as the pitchers of length.
It's like they have started the game now here at a 7:30 start.
Brand new ball game. Manship starting his 3rd inning of relief. He's gone 6 up and 6 down. Murphy's 1 for 4 today, and he takes ball 1. Jeff Manship, who pitched last year for the Rockies after starting out his career in Minnesota.
Murphy's arguing the pitch. I'll tell you right now, no umpire wants to hear you argue about the pitch 4.5 hours into the game.
One and 2 to Murphy. Well, the Phillies have gotten 5 scoreless innings out of their bullpen today after 7 scoreless innings from their bullpen last night. The Phillies bullpen has been a detriment for most of the year, but for the last 2 days it has been a huge asset for Ryan Sandberg. Hold foul. Kyle Kendrick went the first 6 today for Philadelphia. He was on the hook, allowed 4 runs, 8 hits, but the Phillies came back. Mario Hollins, Jake Diekman, and Jonathan Papelbon each gave them a scoreless inning, and now Manship starting his 3rd. 1-2 to Murphy. And he checks his swing, and he went around strike 3. Murphy did not run to first base, and he could run now if he wanted to, but he's given up. That's just not right. Murphy goes away mad. 3rd strikeout for Manship. Well, Murphy's done a couple of things in the last inning or so that have really made you scratch your head.
You know, it's a pitch. As soon as you hear him check and he goes, you'd have to run down and make him make the throw. Never know what can happen. I mean, 99 times out of 100, you're going to be fine. And now they're going to hoot on Marvin Hudson from the dugout.
Well, you had Murphy not go for the double play in the 10th when he had an easy one to prolong an inning, and there not try to run to first base when he should have. So emotions getting the best of Murph there. Wright is 1 for 5, just 2 for 16 in this series, in a place where he normally crushes it. And Manship gets a strike, 1-1. Curtis Granderson waiting on deck. Granderson has the Mets' only hit since the 7th inning. And he keeps it away from Wright, 3-1. Third base coach.
No, that was all right. He had time to come up and make the throw.
Hope that's now still sensitive between the two of you.
No. He's my man, Tom.
Here's the 3-2 coming to Wright, and he hammers one down toward third. That's another foul ball. This time Brignac will do the honors.
Well, Brignac is right on that line late here in the game, especially in favorable counts to the hitter. You know that David's trying to pull something.
He'd like to hit his first road home run of the year. Would that be?
Yeah,
that'd be big. Instead, he goes down on the slider. Manship with his 4th strikeout. He has gone 8 up and 8 down. 2 out of the 12th.
Well, he has been locked in that bullpen, kind of caged up and not used, and he's trying to show why he should be used a little more. outstanding so far.
That struck out 19 times last night, 11 more tonight. Here's Granderson, who had a base hit to center field to snap an 0 for 22 in the 9th inning. Curtis 1 for 4 and a walk today.
It's just like last night's game where before Chris had his error, I mean, you just felt like these teams can't score.
Well, at least late in this game, the wind is not howling in the way it was last night when you figured nobody could hit a home run. At least here, if you run into one, somebody might hit the ball out because it is still a small ball.
We played long enough for the wind to die down.
Right. Last night we played long enough for the wind to kick up.
That's hilarious.
Granderson pulls one into the shift right to Utley. And the side retired. 9 up and 9 down for Jeff Manship. Buddy Carlisle heads back to the mound for Act 2. HeavyDealer.com. Buy or sell it, take off. Book now at Amtrak.com. The 2014 Mazda 3 with seamless connectivity. By the New York Lottery. Hey, you never know. By your Tri-State Ford dealer. To see why the competition just can't compete, visit TriStateFord.com. And by Six Flags. Save big on Six Flags Great Adventure at SixFlags.com. Then Franklin Bridge. Marina right underneath. No chance for boating on this trip so far for the Mets.
Have we been able to get the advertisements and billboards in these last 2 ball games?
We've somehow shoehorned them in.
Oh, good.
Carlos Ruiz up for the second time as we start the bottom of the 12th. Buddy Carlisle threw just 6 pitches in his first inning as a Met to get the Phillies out 1-2-3 in the 11th. This is the outside corner to Ruiz, who came on as a pinch hitter in the 9th and fouled out, then stayed in behind the plate. Carlisle just off the plane from El Paso, which is where Las Vegas was playing. And a cutter for a strike. 1-1. Sinks it, he cuts it.
Yeah, no, he does whatever he can to make it work. He throws about 90 is the high for Buddy.
You're saying miles per hour or pitches?
Miles per hour. Oh, 90. Could be 90 pitches
Could
today.
Be.
No straight flights from El Paso to Philadelphia. I'll promise you that.
I believe that he had to connect.
Yes.
He was happy to connect. Anytime you bring that light view Las Vegas 51's bag into the clubhouse, you're a happy man. Just to be back in a big league uniform. Looks like he's hyperventilating just a tad. It's been a long day. 2-1 to Ruiz, and that's a strike. So he's coming in pumping strikes.
Well, he doesn't walk many. I think he gave his numbers right from Las Vegas.
5 walks.
Yeah. I really appreciate these guys that can stick around and just keep chasing their dream. I don't have it in me, and I just appreciate guys who do.
Now 36 years old. And Ruiz off the fist toward the middle, sneaks one through for a base hit. Well, he didn't get much of it, but he got enough for a leadoff hit in the bottom of the 12th.
Well, Ruiz is one of the reasons he's such a good hitter. He works the middle of the field, gets jammed with this backup breaking ball, but perfectly placed.
So for the 4th time in the last 6 innings, the Phillies get the leadoff man on, and now the Mets will play for the bunt with Rivera. But Rivera has had hits his last 2 at bats, a triple with 1 out in the 8th, and then a leadoff hit in the 10th. Right has come Wilden on the grass at third, looking for the bunt, and it's popped up for Wecker for the first out. So Revere unable to get it down, and that's a huge out for Buddy Carlisle.
You know, sometimes you'll see some of the faster players who are bunting for a base hit. He was not. He squared around, did everything you're supposed to do, just that ball was up in the strike zone. They didn't get on top of it. David pointing, Wecker catching.
So 1 out and 1 on. And now Jimmy Rollins, 1 for 4 and a walk. Ruiz at first and 1 out. And Rollins smacks one foul. That was the 400th pitch of the game.
We already played this game. We played it yesterday.
What did we have last night? We approached 500 last night.
Yeah.
So we've had well over 1,000 pitches in this series so far, and there are 2 more games after today. This could be the most pitches ever thrown in a big league series.
You might be able to write a book about this series at some point.
You could write the book.
I'd rather be in Philadelphia for 5 days.
Well, you know what they say. It's always sunny in Philadelphia.
That's right.
Well, so dinner plans were busted tonight with the 3 o'clock game. What about tomorrow's 1:30 game? Do we have a chance?
Possibly. We'll get the late night menu.
Rollins pops one up, but that'll head toward the seats and go out of play. 1 and 2.
We're not going to be Keith. We're not going to give up on a meal so easily.
Well, I think breakfast is still safe for tomorrow.
No, I think dinner tonight. We're going to stay in there a little bit.
It's only 7:45.
Yeah.
It's a Saturday night. It's a big town. A lot of restaurants. You've got a lot of pull.
Yes, I've got a little bit. Not a lot.
Well,
enough. I got enough.
Not Keith, but
yes, exactly. I got enough.
You know, you got people.
If I don't have people, I have people that know people.
Well, they're the luckiest people in the world. 1 and 2 now. And Rollins hits it deep to center field. Over comes Dendecker, and he runs it down. And Jimmy didn't get all that much of that. And back to first goes Ruiz. So 2 out. And here comes Utley. Utley walked away unhappy after his last at bat. He came up with 2 on and nobody out in the 10th inning, trying to be a game winner, and hit a lazy fly ball to left field against Jerry's Familia, who hung in nicely for 2 innings after blowing the save in the 9th. Now Carlisle trying to complete his 2nd inning of relief after giving up a leadoff hit to Ruiz, who's still at first with 2 out. And Utley takes a knee-high strike. Fouled away, and Carlisle ahead in the count 0-2. Well, We're over the 10-hour mark for the last 2 games combined.
I love the clock. Yes.
You like the fact that it's still moving.
Oh, I like it. No, we have to record this. This is
historic.
It's too strong a word.
Well, we had that series with Arizona last year over July 4th with the 15, the 13, and the 2 long rain delays. This will take a while to catch that. But it's a 5-game series. We've got time. Plenty of time. 1-2 now to Utley. Have you ever met Buddy Carlisle?
I have met him, yeah, when he was at Atlanta.
You're probably the only person in the ballpark who has.
That's right, yeah.
Good for you.
Great guy.
1-2 to Utley. In the air down the left field line. Young coming over. And it's out of play.
Those guys that have to fight tooth and nail to stay in the game. Terry Leach was one of my roommates in AAA, a guy that when he got out of Auburn, he went to a tryout camp like at a field behind a shopping mall to get a trial with the Braves. They signed him, came to the Mets later, went 11-1 in '87. They're all great guys because you have to be humble.
Well, if not, when you start,
you become humble.
You in a hurry. 2-2 now to Utley. Well, Carlisle came out of Texarkana College. Was drafted by the Reds in the 2nd round in 1996. 2nd round draft pick. Probably thought he had a nice smooth path to the big leagues. Never quite works that way. Here he is 18 years later. A little bit low on a full count to Utley with Ryan Howard on deck. So now an automatic start for Ruiz at first.
That's interesting because Granderson is playing so far in right center. Anything down the right field line with Ruiz started could produce a winning run. I mean, he's on 50 yards away from right field.
3-2 to Utley, and he smacks one in the air to right field. Granderson has room and gets over and under it, and that retires the side. So Carlisle works around trouble in the 12th inning. On we go to the 13th. Mets and Phillies tied at 4. Game won by the Phillies. Jeff Manship, who has been spectacular in relief for the Phillies, 9 up and 9 down, will get his 4th inning of relief.
I have to say, it's a pretty fun crowd here. They're playing, you want to make me want to shout, and everyone's dancing. So, except maybe the Mets fans. Staying warm. Getting a little cool now, isn't it, Gary?
It's a nice day, though.
There they are.
It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon when it began. Nice day for the kids to come out to the ballpark, and they've got bonus baseball, bonus Otis Day in the Nights, and everything you could ask for.
Can we dance with your dates?
Life's good in the ballpark, and the Mets again to spend plenty of time here in Philadelphia. Matt Dendecker will get his second at bat. Came in a double switch in the 8th, struck out against Manship in the 10th. In fact, he was the first man Manship faced. Oh, and here's a note. I did not realize this. This will be good. Dendecker drives it to center, but right at Revere, and he has it. Hard hit ball by Dendecker for the first out. This is a run the bases after the game day for the kids.
Oh, you're crushing your parents if you're holding out for the bases. I mean, how do you get out of that if you're a parent?
You're not.
Huh?
You're staying for the duration.
Really?
Why not?
I have to promise something else. I mean,
still daylight.
No, you're right. You're here. If you're going to stay, might as well do it.
Sure. It's a memory you'll hold forever. Remember when you were 8 and we went to the run the bases game and it was 22 innings?
You're right.
Until 11 o'clock at night. Here's Lucas Duda, 1 for 4 and a walk. Doubled in a run way back in the first inning. Mets scored 2 in the first. Got a Ruben Tejada home run. Yes, that happened in the 4th. And then Tejada drove in another run in the 6th. They were up 4-0, and Jacob deGrom looked like $1 million for 6 innings. Duda hits one down the line foul. Then deGrom faltered a bit in the 7th. Gave up a single, a walk, and a 3-run homer to Ryan Howard. That bullpen got through the 7th and 8th, but Jeurys Familia gave up a run in the 9th, but he was able to soldier on, get out of further trouble in the 9th, get through the 10th. And now it's in the hands of the veterans, Manship and Carlisle. And they have both taken up the mantle and have looked tremendous. I would imagine if you're those guys facing 2 teams that have got to be dead tired, you've got some kind of advantage.
Yeah, you definitely have an advantage. It's just, you know, how many bullets do you have? I mean, you're a pitcher that is primed to go 2 innings, maybe 3 at the max. Now you're going to be asked to make a small start.
2-2 to Duda. Inside. Well, one thing that's got to work to the pitcher's advantage is that everybody's trying to hit the ball to the ballpark.
That happens in these games. Everyone wants to be a hero. It's hard to string 2-3 hits together after you've played well over 10 hours in the last 2 days.
3-2. Tries to hold. Did he go? Nobody seems to know.
Lucas is asking him, why don't you get some help? You don't have to call that by yourself, and I think he's right about that, but not in today's game, Lucas. Home plate umpires call it.
Marvin Hudson's been out there for 13 innings as well.
Yeah. And he went, too. But I understand the frustration of the hitters who would like to see the third base umpire, if you're left-handed anyway, make that call.
Well, that's 5 strikeouts for Manship, who's retired 11 in a row. And now Recker, who's gone 0 for 5 today. Well, Jeff Manship was a guy that Ryne Sandberg appeared to try to stay away from at all costs in the series at Citi Field. When he finally went to him, the Mets rallied for a 9th inning win. But today, he has been as good as he can be.
This is a record count right now. His Carlos Torres trying to see if he can get his arm over his head to throw a baseball.
He went 2 2/3 yesterday. I know he's got a rubber arm, but there's a limit, isn't there?
But I think he's going to throw like that speed.
What, 65 miles an hour?
Like old time. Just throw it in there for contact.
Throw a few knuckleballs. This is reaching dangerous proportions for the Mets and their bullpen. What do you do? Got to play the game. I would have assumed that if Carlisle ran out of gas, that Recker would be the next guy on the mound.
Yeah.
But Torres is at least loosening up to see if he could give the Mets an inning. 2-2 from Manship. The record takes it wide, 3-2. Well, tomorrow afternoon, John Neese and Cole Hamels will hook up again. And then Monday night, Bartolo Colon and Roberto Hernandez.
Remember in that one game where Ryan Sandberg tried to stay away from Manship, Roberto Hernandez, who had started the first game of that series, came in and pitched late in the game.
Record down on strikes, and the inning is over. 4 perfect innings in relief for Jeff Manship with 6 strikeouts. Quite an effort. Now we go to the bottom of the 13th, still tied at 4. The line score just keeps on advancing, doesn't it?
I love it. It's like we're on Wall Street with the ticker.
Carlisle, who just joined the Mets at game time today, gets set for his 3rd inning. Michael Wacha wins for the Cardinals. Big offensive day for the Nationals. The big news in Miami is that Freddie Freeman finally got a hit against the Marlins. He'd been 0 for 29 against them.
How?
I don't know.
Yeah.
But the Mets should watch the film. Was up early on the Pirates behind Hyunjin Ryu, who went 7 perfect in his last start. Now the Fanatic, indefatigable. Can't keep a good mascot down.
No. I think it was about this time. It was a little later in the game, but when the Fanatics started doing the cheerleading, and it worked. Hopefully not the same tonight. I love when he stands right in front of someone trying to watch.
Ryan Howard leads off the bottom of the 13th. Howard, one of the reasons we've gotten to this point, hit a 3-run homer off Jacob deGrom in the 7th to get the Phillies within a run. Phillies would then tie it in the 9th. Howard 1 for 5 today, 1 for 16 in this series. And he lines one into center field for a leadoff hit. And yet again, the Phillies get the leadoff man on. That's 5 times now in the last 7 innings.
Just a bullet, fastball away. I don't know if he changes his swing when he leads off an inning, but that's a good swing there by Howard.
Now Marlon Byrd. Byrd is 1 for 5 today. He's struck out 3 times. Doubled and scored the tying run back in the 9th. And a slider outside from Carlisle. Now, I know Howard took second on defensive indifference in the 10th, but would you hold him on here, or would you play a step behind him?
I would play a step behind him, absolutely. You know, remember, one of Marlins' big hits in the 9th inning, of course, was the right field, so he can hit it that way.
Got a huge hole on that side now.
Rally caps for Mr. Hernandez.
Now Carlisle behind on Bird 2-0 with Dominic Brown on deck. And now 3-0. Did you tell me that Carlisle had pitched yesterday for Las Vegas?
Yesterday, an inning.
Wow. So it's an awful lot to be asking him to pitch a 3rd inning today. But the Mets really have no other choice. Torres had gotten up briefly, but he sat back down. So I would imagine he was not able to get loose after getting 8 outs last night. And that's ball 4, and that pushes the winning run to second base. So now you got Dominic Brown, who drove in the tying run in the 9th, coming up with a chance to win it in the 13th. Dan Warthen's going to go out for a conversation with Carlisle, as much to give him a breather as anything else.
Well, this is a difficult place. You know, Dominic Brown's got power, but all you need is a run. Do you have your power hitter who hit, what, 13 home runs in May last year? Lay one down.
Hit a home run last night as well.
Look at David Wright. He's got his arm around Dan Warthen just for support.
For who? For himself?
For himself. No, for himself. To stop from falling over.
The public leaning post?
Yes.
You think he'll finally get a day off tomorrow?
No, can't.
Coming up on Pix 11, it's the Originals. And on SNY, WB Mason postgame live.
Got a lefty going tomorrow.
Here's Dominic Brown, and Carlisle gets it in at the knees. It's a big first pitch strike. Brown is 1 for 4 in this game. That game-tying hit in the 9th inning. John Mayberry's come out on deck to pinch hit for the pitcher. Howard representing the winning run. He's at second with nobody out. A ball and a strike to Brown. Mayberry is the last position player left on Ryan Sandberg's bench. The Mets still have Travis d'Arnaud and maybe Juan Lagares, who was scratched today and may not be available. Carlisle trying to get a ground ball from Brown, who swings and misses at the fastball, 1-2.
We saw him in his last at bat driving the tying run. How does he do it on balls down in the strike zone? Up in the strike zone is where you want to pitch him.
Rally caps, rally sunglasses, rally cups, whatever it takes. Now Carlisle ahead on Brown, 1-2. Sells one high, 2-2. Antonio Bastardo up in the Phillies bullpen, getting ready for the 14th if there is one. Howard single, Bird walk, nobody out. 2-2 coming to Brown. Double play ball right at Tejada. Murphy with the turn. Double play, 2-man down. Carlisle got exactly what he needed. 6-4-3 double play. And now Howard at third with 2 out.
Well, if he's a low ball hitter, what do you do to counter that? Sometimes throw it lower. I thought that Tejada was going to take it himself, but he got it to Murph, who made the strong throw to first base.
Well, it turns out that Mayberry on deck was just a ruse. Manship is going to continue on. So Ryan Sandberg wanted the Mets to think that Mayberry was going to pinch hit, but that was not the case. And Manship, who has thrown 4 perfect innings, will either drive in the winning run or go back to the mound for the 5th or a 5th. And a fastball strike. Manship hit a comebacker to Carlisle in the 11th inning, so this is his second turn at bat. you know, Carlisle better be careful he stops on that set.
Yeah.
That is very close to being a balk.
He comes really close. He does stop, but he comes very close.
That'd be a really bad way to lose the game. Especially with the pitcher up.
Not reviewable.
No. 0-2 to Manship. Off the plate with the cutter. 1-2. Well, Manship's already gone 4. She's gone 13.
10 toes up. Done.
Carlisle trying to make it through 3. Just at the 5-hour mark for the second straight day. 1-2. Foul back. That's a good swing by Manship.
Yeah,
pitch up in his eyes.
Head high. Tries to tomahawk it.
Tried to Colementor it. Manship, by the way, has never had a big league hit. With his at bat in the 11th, he's now 0 for 9 in his major league career. Carlisle ahead 1-2. And it's in the dirt. If that ball bounced away from Recker, how far would it have to get away for Howard to try and score?
Schuylkill River.
Not even the Delaware.
No,
huh?
no, just.
I mean, he's not getting much of a lead at all. He's about 3 inches off the bag. Now the 2-2. Chopper. Tough play. Over comes Tejada. Got him. And we go to the 14th for the second straight day, and Manship comes up lame running past first base. We saw this with the Giants and Santiago Casilla recently, and Manship trying to beat out the infield hit comes up lame. And if the Phillies don't have any other pitchers available, what do they do now? Tejada hesitated slightly, had trouble getting the ball out of his glove, but Manship hurt himself on those final couple of strides.
He lost it about 3/4 there. That's where he lost it.
And it appears as though Manship is going to have to come out trying to leg out a game-winning infield hit. Instead, he's injured. 4-4 going to the 14th. Well, after throwing 4 perfect innings, Jeff Manship wanted the game-winning hit to boot, and he tried his best to get down to first base to beat out a winning hit.
Well, he took a nice at-bat. And here, the sprint that pitchers don't sprint like this, and that's game action. Trying to beat out the hit, and he just loses it there. I think he would have been out anyway.
Tejada had trouble getting the ball out of his glove. A wee bit of panic there, but the Mets make the play to send it to the 14th, and so Manship, who was allowed to bat for himself, has to come out, and Antonio Bastardo comes in.
The Mets have to eyeball Bastardo, 18 base on balls in 24 2/3 innings, although he's thrown a lot better in the 2 outings he's had here in this game.
Went 2/3 of an inning on Thursday night, went another inning yesterday.
In this series, sorry. But you could say that about all the relief pitchers. Everyone's pitching every game.
Well, here's a guy we didn't expect to see today. Juan Lagares was a late scratch because of a spasm in his rib cage that he suffered last night and aggravated this morning in the batting cage, but it's the 14th inning.
Wouldn't it be great? Tejada gets on, let him bunt.
Tejada will lead off, then comes the pitcher's spot, and then Chris Young for the Mets in the 14th. Let's have Lagares and d'Arnaud left on the bench. Well, Tejada's had a good day at the plate, including his first home run in nearly 2 years. Carlos Torres up in the bullpen, so it looks as though he's going to get the bottom of the 14th after throwing 2 2/3 yesterday. Here's Tejada's historic blast.
It's a little breaking ball from Kendrick, stayed inside and hit it out of sight.
Well, Tejada broke a long streak without a home run, 552 at bats. That leaves John Baker now with the longest homerless streak in the majors.
Baby Baked, they call him. Wow.
This is unbelievable. It really is. I mean, 14-inning games, you get them every once in a while, but back-to-back 14-inning games?
Back-to-back. The pitchers who pitch well. Jacob deGrom with 11 punch-outs. I mean, everything you could have ever seen is in this game. We're over 5 hours again today. Every pitcher has the pit. I mean, it's just Buddy Carlisle is a savior.
Well, Carlisle has turned in 3 scoreless innings. It would appear as though his work is now done after stepping off the plane from El Paso right before the game began. Lagares on deck to bat for him, but who knows? Maybe that's a deke the same way that Sandberg deked with Mayberry in the on-deck circle.
Well, if Tejada gets on, do you bring Carlisle up the bunt?
Maybe. Jacob deGrom started this whole thing, was brilliant for 6 innings.
He's like, wait a minute, how do I not get the win in this game?
Well, he did give up a 3-run homer.
Mets should have been up 9-0 by then.
So Tejada 3 for 4 on the day, including that home run and a couple of RBIs. Faces Bastardo in the hole in the top of the 14th and takes ball 1. So 2 days in a row, we're going to have a 14th inning stretch.
That's right. Double stretch.
You don't often get that.
I missed the first one, so I'm going to stand up early and stay late. Have to take a strike off Bastardo right now because he's just not throwing strikes. So your team has to be smart enough to take advantage of a little tough spot that he's going through right now. Make him come to you. The more he throws out of the strike zone, the more pressure he's going to feel.
Well, he's worked all 3 games in this series. I think he also worked their game Wednesday against the Rockies. Now, Tejada goes after the 2-0 pitch.
Back with the big swing by Tejada.
And it's part of the risk you run after Ruben hits a home run. He starts to think he's a home run hitter. By the way, let me give a caveat about the John Baker homerless streak, which was 426 at bats coming into today, longest for a non-pitcher. The longest current streak overall without a home run is Kyle Loesch, who has gone 434 at bats into his career without any home runs.
Really? He's a good athlete, Kyle Loesch.
Just not a home run hitter. Now Bastardo behind on Tejada, 3-1. Ruben's been on base 4 times already today. And make it 5 as he draws a leadoff walk in the top of the 14th. So after Manship through 4 perfect innings, Bastardo comes in and walks the first man he faces. The 6th walk the Mets have drawn today. They drew 10 last night. So let's see what Lagares is asked to do here with the rib cage spasm he had earlier in the day. You'd think that makes it more likely that he would be asked to bunt.
That's fine if he's going to bunt, but turn around early, put the pressure on Bastardo, and make sure you eyeball him. Make sure it's a strike that you attempt to bunt.
Lagares was 1 for 5 last night, and he shows bunt.
Thank you.
Takes ball 1.
Continue, s'il vous plaît. I mean, you don't have to change anything.
Lagares got a sacrifice bunt down last night against Mike Adams in the 9th inning. Second time the Mets have had back-to-back 14-inning games. 1979, the last. Oh, Lagares getting out of the way. Somehow got bat and not body on the ball.
I mean, this ball was right at him.
Remember, you got Brignac, a very inexperienced third baseman, creeping in. 2-1 now to Lagares. Chris Young waiting on deck. Mets haven't scored since the 6th. Last night they went the last 9 innings without a run. Now they've gone 7 innings without a run as they try and forge something here in the 14th. And Lagares gets it down. Brignac's going to go to first with it. And a good stretch by Utley to save Brignac an error. 5-4 on the sacrifice to get Tejada to second. So the second straight night Lagares has successfully sacrificed.
Well, perfect form from Juan. And you know what's the most difficult? After you've had one thrown right at you, it's hard sometimes to stick in there. But he did. And Brignac almost threw it away. Great foot action here by Utley. Scrapes it off from left to right. It's beautiful. You got your Chris Young moment again, Gary.
Well, he's got another crack at it. Chris is 1 for 6 today. Late insertion into the lineup when Lagares was scratched. Now Lagares has given him a chance. Tejada at second and 1 out. First time since the 7th that the Mets have had a runner in scoring position. The last time they did, that's when Murphy was thrown out at the plate, trying to score on a short, wild pitch. It's been a bit of a star-crossed game for Murph. Maybe he'll get a chance to win it. He's up next. And Bastardo falls behind on Young, 2-0. Now, is he pitching around Young with a left-hand hitter on deck?
He's not pitching around anybody. He's trying to throw a strike, Gary. He is right in the middle of one of those things that sometimes affects pitchers, and that is, well, he's going to walk him intentionally now. And what is those things? Those things are occasionally you get kind of the yips where you don't, the strike zone's moving on you, and it's moving on Bastardo right now.
So they walk Young intentionally to bring up Murphy. Murphy today 1 for 5, had a base hit back in the first inning. But Murph has been thrown out of the plate trying to score on a potential wild pitch, and he didn't slide. He went to tag a runner rather than get a double play when the Mets were trying to get out of an inning late. He didn't run to first base on a third strike that got by the catcher. It's been that kind of a day for Murph, but now has a chance to redeem all that here in the 14th inning.
Bastardo's thrown 13 pitches, 3 of strikes, and one of the strikes was that ball that was right at Lagares. That would have been a ball also.
So you're saying be patient.
Hard lefty, but
Murphy's 3 for 10 with a home run against Bastardo. And he goes after the first one, and it's a little blooper for Rollins. Infield fly is called. Rollins pretends like he's going to drop it and then catches it. So one pitch, and Bastardo gets Murphy, and his ugly day continues.
Fastball in, good pitch from Bastardo. Ties Murph up.
So now David Wright, who's 1 for 6 today and just 2 for 17 in this series. David's never had much luck against Bastardo, just 1 for 9 against him, but hitting .431 against lefties this year.
This is the kind of game where those players that are more mentally tough are the ones that come through.
2 on and 2 out. Wright takes a slider inside, ball 1. Tejada carries the go-ahead run at second with 2 out. And Wright takes one on the corner for a strike, 1-1.
Looks like Bastardo's found it. Gotten over the nerves.
One and one to Wright. David hits one through the hole, a base hit. Here comes Tejada around third. Brown up in the ball. The throw to the plate offline, and the Mets have the lead in the 14th inning. David Wright with the go-ahead hit, and it's 5-4 New York.
Just too many fastballs in here against David Wright. Rocks this one to left field. Hit so hard that Tejada had to get on his horse. Dominic Brown, if he had an accurate throw, definitely would have been a play at the plate, but was not. Tejada, good secondary lead. Good start. And scores the go-ahead run. I said before, those guys that are mentally tougher seem to come through in these games that are just so tough to play. And Wright, of course, is of that ilk.
David's 30th run batted into the season, and maybe none bigger, putting the Mets up a run in the 14th inning. And that means that Buddy Carlisle, who just got off the plane an hour before the game started, has a chance to be a winning pitcher after 3 scoreless innings of relief. Now the Mets will try and tack on with Granderson. Curtis is 1 for 5 today. There's a huge hit for David Wright. Young now at second, Wright at first with 2 out. Young takes off and steals third without a throw as Granderson takes a strike. That is not defensive indifference. That's a stolen base for Young, his 4th of the year. Well, Zach Wheeler has the rally cap going. I assume he had that before the go-ahead hit. Yes. You wouldn't want to go to the rally cap after you have the lead. That would be bad form.
That's right.
There goes Wright stealing second, and he will go without a throw. Now it's 0-2 to Granderson. David didn't follow the first time, so he got one of his own.
Is that a stolen base?
Should be.
Okay.
All these runs are meaningful. 4th steal of the year for Wright. 0-2 though to Granderson with 2 in scoring position. And Curtis tries to lay off and does. 1-2. If Granderson keeps the inning going, Matt Dendecker would be next. That's now with 5 runs and 11 hits as they score for the first time since the 6th. Looking ahead to the bottom of the 14th, it'll be Brignac, Ruiz, and Revere due up.
The eye black worn by the players rendered moot here with these length of games.
Lights on. 2-2 now to Granderson. Now Carlos Torres got 8 outs for the Mets last night, and he's going to be asked to try and get the save in the bottom of the 14th. Met fans have held out all day. The Philly fans have long since stopped trying to shout them down.
Ooh, almost a balk there. Kind of tripped putting that foot back off the rubber.
Now the 2-2. Fouled away. They have said that Wright's stolen base is defensive indifference.
Okay.
But that's not right. That's a very meaningful run.
Because no one covered? Is that what they're saying?
That shouldn't matter. What matters is whether the run matters.
Howard was holding him on, too.
2-2 to Granderson. Up and in. Almost dove right into that. 3-2.
Almost book it. 3-2 slider here.
Dendecker on deck. First base open. 3-2 to Granderson. Popped it up. Rollins out. Revere in. And Revere gets there. Side retired. But the Mets grab the lead in the top of the 14th inning. David Wright with the 2-out hit off Antonio Bastardo. Chases home Ruben Tejada with the go-ahead run. Now Carlos Torres will try and save it at the bottom of the 14th with the Mets up 5-4. This is the hieroglyphics.
Black is right-handed hitters. Red is left-handed hitters. Blue, like Rollins, is switch hitters.
Well, Carlos Torres has been the workhorse out of the Mets bullpen, but he's going to be asked for the extraordinary here today.
He's got a smile on his face, so he's feeling pretty good. But you know, he's really been a warrior in that bullpen all season long.
He went 2 2/3 innings last night, finishing the 9th and pitching the 10th and the 11th.
David was clean shaven when the game started.
Well, it's tough enough to play 2 games this long in a row. It's even worse to lose 2 games this long in a row.
You got to win. You got to win those sisters.
So
somehow, some way, you tackle someone if you have to.
Carlos Torres picked up the first save of his major league career earlier this season in Arizona. It was an 8-out save against the Diamondbacks. Here, just asked for 1 skinny inning with a 5-4 lead in the 14th. Reed Brignac is 0 for 5 with 4 strikeouts, and he swings at the first one and fouls it back. Carlos Ruiz hitting 9th in the order on deck, and then Ben Revere for the Phillies in the 14th. Buddy Carlisle, 3 scoreless innings in his Mets debut, stands to be the winner if Torres can make it stand up.
Murph with the yawn. You don't see that on a baseball field, but you can feel for these players.
You see everything from Murph on a baseball field.
You do. I mean, the hard part is that after 14 innings, usually guys get a rest the next day, but everyone has played on both sides.
Well, neither team made any changes in their lineup except for the catchers and Lagares, who was scratched in favor of Young. Everybody else, veterans on both sides, played 14 last night, 14 more today. 1-1 to Brignac, and misses 2-1. Let's see, we played 523 last night. I think we've already surpassed that.
We have.
2-1 from Torres. And the cutter misses inside, and now it's 3-1. Torres threw 35 pitches last night. John East gets the ball tomorrow. Better go 9, kid. 3-1. And that's too high, and the Phillies have the tying run on. Now Torres, running on fumes, walks the leadoff hitter. Now Carlos Ruiz.
You know how you can tell it's tough on Torres is that he never has the ball elevated, and it's been elevated the last couple of outings just from fatigue. One good cutter down. That's what you got to be thinking of Torres. One good cutter down that could roll a pair.
That's turned a double play in the 13th to help Carlisle out of a jam. Hoping to do the same here. You certainly don't expect Ruiz to be bunting. Ruiz 1 for 2, had a base hit leading off in the 12th after coming on as a pinch hitter. And he lines one into center field. Dendecker will have to play it on the hop. And the Phillies have the first 2 men on the bottom of the 14th. Terry Collins has nowhere else to go. He's used everybody he has. He's overused some guys over the last 2 days, and he's got no choice but to stay with Torres and hope he can find it.
I think this would be a good chance for either Terry Collins or Dan Wortham just to go out there and say, hey, Carlos, we appreciate you being out here. You're going to get it done. You know, it's the pep talk because probably could use it.
And David Wright just gave one of those.
Yep.
So Revere you would expect to be bunting here to try and get the tying run to third and the winning run to second.
He popped up a bunt attempt his last at bat.
Revere is 2 for 6. He's been right in the middle of things late in the game. Had a triple in the 8th inning, but was left stranded. Had a base hit leading off in the 10th, stole a base, but was stranded at third. Then popped up that bunt in the 12th. Brainiac at second. Ruiz at first, nobody out. And Revere takes a pitch for a strike. Jimmy Rollins on deck. Chase Utley behind him. Revere showed bunt on the first pitch. And again. And it's 0-2. So he popped up the bunt the last time. This time he's taken 2 fastballs for strikes. And he's in a hole. Do you keep the bunt on?
No. Swing the bat. I mean, obviously he's just mentally fried. Let him swing the bat. He doesn't strike out. Or he strikes out not very often. And he's had a big game hitting.
It would be almost impossible to double him up. Mets still look for the bunt, and he does square and takes a pitch just off the plate. Torres thought he had strike 3 with the curveball and didn't get the call.
I think Marvin Hudson saw this as coming around the plate. Can't completely disagree with him, but Torres thought that was a strike 3.
One and 2 to Revere. And this time he swings and dribbles one foul.
Sandberg was sick of watching him try to bunt. Pete McCannon telling Revere to step out of the box. He doesn't think he got the sign correct. Giving him a series of signs again.
Brainiac at second, Ruiz at first. Mets still looking for the bunt, even after Revere swung at the last pitch. Check swing, did he go? He went around, strike 3. A big first out for Carlos Torres here at the bottom of the 14th. 16 strikeouts for Met pitchers in this game.
Well, good fastball up. A guy who doesn't strike out much. Went through, said Corey Blazer.
So second straight time Revere can't advance the runners in extra innings. And now Jimmy Rollins, who's gone 1 for 5 and a walk today. Brignac the tying run at second. Ruiz at first. And Rollins hits the curveball to right. On comes Granderson, and he reaches down to grab it. 2 out. So Rollins jumped on the first pitch curveball, and now the Phillies are down to their final out.
What a nice play by Granderson. A full swing by Rollins. You thought it was going to be deeper, but he got it a little off the end of the bat, so you had to read that off the bat. You see how Granderson comes in a little late but makes the play. Two-handed. Back up by Dendecker. Nice two hands by Grandy.
So now it comes down to Chase Utley. Utley's been on base 3 times today, but his last 2 at bats he's flied out with men on base. Tying and potential winning runs on base. 5-4 New York, bottom of the 14th. And Utley swings and misses at the cutter. 0-1.
This is the cutter we know from Torres. Late break, down and in under the bat of Utley.
This is a hitter that Torres has had a lot of trouble with. Utley is 4 for 8 against him. Oh, 1 from Carlos. Upstairs, 1-1.
Chris Young in left field. Not a great arm. Center field, Dendecker, outstanding defensive player. Granderson, not a great arm in right field.
One and 1 to Utley. 1-2. Ryan Howard would be next. Torres 1 strike away. He struck him out, and the ball game is over. Carlos Torres with a big-time save in the bottom of the 14th inning. And the Mets, who lost in 14 last night, use every available resource. Buddy Carlisle right off the plane. 3 scoreless innings for the victory. And the Mets on David Wright's game-winning hit in the 14th win it 5-4.
A tired team, a mentally tough team. And Torres, as the inning went later, got better. Perfect pitch there to Utley to end the inning and end the game for the Mets. Jacob deGrom with 11 strikeouts can't get the win. Buddy Carlisle off the plane. He gets the win.
Met pitchers struck out 17 Phillies, led by deGrom, who fanned 11. I don't know what this is about with Terry Collins. But the Mets have taken 2 of the first 3 in this series as they swap 14-inning wins with the Phillies. Today the Mets come out on the plus side. 5 hours and 32 minutes, 9 minutes longer than last night. Buddy Carlisle, 3 innings for the win. This was one the Mets had to have, and somehow they got it. Tomorrow we're on SNY for the 4th game of the series with Jonathan Neese on the mound. Next Picks telecast June 14th when the Mets play the Padres. Coming up on Picks 11, it's the Originals. David Wright, 2 out of the